Bow, 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 bow. Created by Vince Gilligan.
All
Bitch.
right.
I've
And
never
with that-
cried so hard in my life.
And with
What
that,
the fuck is a Vince Gilligan?
honestly, who the fuck
Dude,
knows?
he was
Are
the
you just
guy
gonna
on the
say that
island.
this whole time? Because it's not funny.
What?
You're not quirky.
Who?
Forrest,
You guys should fight.
what is an X?
I mean, technically,
No.
technically, your characters do fight, but we're not there yet.
That's wild.
Anyways,
That's crazy.
welcome to
bro.
the Pineapple Pie Podcast. I'm Chris. I'm your host. I'm here with my co-host Splinter Chalk. And we've got a handful of guests that are here to talk about Breaking Bad Season 1 with us. Now, you might notice...
You can't call me a guest. I literally came up with the name.
You are a guest, bro. Anyways,
All right, continue.
you might notice that the podcast has some new banners and logos and all this other shit. It looks cool. It's it's actually like artwork that matches the name of the thing. And that is courtesy of one of the brand new guests that we have right now.
Oh, this is a
Ramenboi
segue. I
Art.
didn't even realize.
Yes, it is. Ramenboi Art. Forrest has done the logos, the borders, and the penguin avatar that I usually use, and a bunch of other artwork that will likely be used in the future. So a special thank you to you for doing all that. Links to your art socials are in the description of the video. They will be in the description of every future video. A link to Cam's channel is also in the description, as is a link to Ian's channel. Ian should be joining us here shortly, as should Anthony. And I guess with that, we'll get to what we usually do. A special thank
I think
you
he wants you to introduce him.
to Nash for coming up with the name of the podcast and for
Thank
returning
you.
once again. Now,
Unlike my father.
wow.
All right, get all the Breaking Bad news out of your system now. Best you
Walter,
Oh,
can.
hail Hitler,
Walter.
bitch.
Put your dick away, Walter.
Walter.
I'm not having sex with you right now, Walter.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? Constitution says you do, and so do I. I'm here
can't-
to ensure that every
can't keep
man,
getting
woman, and
away with
child
this.
has
We can't get away with this.
the right to an attorney, innocent until proven guilty. Is that a man fucking a horse? I guess that's Better Call Saul. But...
Still.
It's close enough.
All right, hello, Anthony. You came just
Hello.
in time. We're getting all of the Breaking Bad memes out before we start.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Eric, shut up. You guys like my profile?
Yes, we do.
It's fantastic.
Your Jordans. They're fake.
So yeah,
You go to
actually,
the
I got
urinal,
your-
you touch yourself.
So yeah, we're gonna go. I'm trying to think. We're gonna go through our quick thoughts about the show before we get into the actual breakdown and the general stuff.
Before we break
The
bad.
breaking
Yes,
down.
before we break
God
down
damn
and
it.
break bad. Yeah. I've selected the order, so Cam, you're gonna go first.
All right, are we doing the entire show, our thoughts, or what?
You can do both. I guess I'd prefer you guys stick with season 1, but if you want to talk about the whole show, you're more than welcome.
All right, season 1. I rewatched it. I watched it for the first time last summer, so about a year ago. Then I just rewatched
Why?
it.
All right, Cam, keep going.
And then I rewatched it about a month and a half ago, and it held up extremely well.
There's
And just knowing where everything goes made it such a better watch afterwards. And I don't know, it's one of the few times where a season greatly improved on the second watch. I've rewatched shows before that were better the second time, but having the full context of everything with Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad going back to season 1, it's so much better than I remember. And yeah, I really like this season.
Okay. Anthony, you're gonna go next. What are your thoughts on season 1?
I think it's pretty good. Season one, I have a couple like minor gripes about, but overall, I really liked it. I remember when I saw the first episode, wasn't sure if like it was actually going to hook me or not, but it definitely establishes a pretty good way to hook people in the pilot, and then I think they keep the momentum going throughout the whole show. It gets a little goofy at times, but season one I think definitely set the pace and paved the way for a lot of the things that happen throughout the rest of the show, and I really like the character development that happens in the first season and the groundwork that they lay for the characters moving forward. So I haven't rewatched it, but in my first watch through of the first season, I really liked it. So definitely a good way to hook your audience and get them ready for this show. So
Fair enough. Forrest.
Is good. I think it's definitely the weakest out of. I'm thinking about it and I'm already backpedaling. It's very good. I think it's definitely a great start to a great show. But for me, season 1 or season 5 have to be the weakest, and I'm inclined to say it's season 1 still, now that I think about it. But that doesn't mean that it's bad. It's still very good. It's just not my personal favorite.
Okay. Nash.
It's all right.
Is that it?
I'm just kidding.
Kind of mid.
I like breaking. I like. We all know that controversial opinions is what I'm here for.
No. Margot Robbie's not in this though.
Yeah, but she's still mid.
That'd be the collab of the century. Harley, we have to.
Yeah,
Breaking Bad.
Harley, we have.
I like season. I like season 1. It's okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I mean, there's a lot of just yeah. Skylar sucks. I don't like Skylar, but I never do. But it's weird looking back now, and she's being all friendly and nice. Because for like probably more than half the show, she just hates Walt.
All right.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. Okay, I'm done talking now.
Ian, take it away. Just your quick thoughts on season 1 as a whole.
It's pretty good. I think Metastasis is better. I think it's a better show. But if I have to go into like Breaking Bad, no, it's a pretty good like first season, I'd say though. I like it. It's been a while since I've seen it, like the first season, but I think the way like I rewatched the first couple episodes after like when I fully finished the show, and I remember like just seeing how these characters like act, especially knowing what happens at the end. It is kind of interesting to watch it, and I don't know. I like the season. Don't really have much to say about it, but I like the first season.
That's the second person that said that. I really hope that changes the more we go through it, but all right. So I guess I'll close this off. I started watching it just the right time because it was when people were talking about the show, but it wasn't nearly as common as it is now where like every other fucking person has seen the show. So I went in with, I also got lucky. I went in with no spoilers for this show or Saul. I watched the entirety of Breaking Bad within a month while I was working full time, and I absolutely adore it. I think there's a lot to appreciate in both shows. I think Breaking Bad does a lot in terms of the characters. I think there's a bit of a lack of, there's a bit of nuance to it that I think a lot of other shows lack, which is something that I also think that Better Call Saul does to a better degree, but that's for a whole other podcast. I really like the show. I really like the show and would highly encourage anyone listening to watch it if you haven't seen it, but
all three of you.
Yeah. I don't want to say too much now, but yeah. So do be warned, we will likely be getting into spoilers for the other seasons as we go. I mean, it was kind of hard to go through the first season and not talk about the later seasons anyways, so if you haven't seen the whole show, just be aware of that, and I guess that said, we'll
Wait, there's more seasons?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought there was only 2.
Dang.
I got
Wait.
some watching to do.
Shit.
Wait,
Damn.
there's more than one.
Yeah, I got to
episode?
watch it.
Wait, there's a whole other ass show.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and a movie. The fuck.
You can't say you referenced Metastasis. You can't say there's another show.
I thought Metastasis was the OG.
I mean, it is. This is just the American knockoff, but you know.
Well, yeah, like Walter White,
God.
Walter Blanco is like way better, dude.
Blanco. Oh my
That's his
God.
name,
You
I
got
think. Right?
nothing
I was
on Saul
really,
Bueno.
really tempted to put Walter Blanco as my profile pic.
Walter Blanco Jr. Oh.
Oh, God. So anyways,
Awesome.
yeah, so this is a bit out of our usual wheelhouse. We've done, I think, exclusively games and movies up to this point. So we're going to structure this a little bit differently. We're going to generally talk about each season. Thank you. We're going to talk
All
about...
right,
I guess,
it's
it's all good.
Have it.
We're going to talk about some of the standout moments, just in general. Anybody can jump in whenever they'd like. We'll talk about the characters probably more generally. And then I think after that, we'll segue into the deeper analysis and then the actual breakdown. So, yeah, does anyone want to start in talking about any of the characters or any of the moments in the first season?
Hank says a slur.
He does.
Hank says a slur multiple times in this season.
That is
Yes,
also
and then
true.
they drop it.
Wait, which one?
I kind of want to look up Hank.
I know. You're
Slur.
laughing because you think I'm memeing. I'm not memeing. I genuinely don't remember.
I
this.
know you're really asking, but like,
I know.
just the
What do you
absurdity of
what do you
asking
want
a
us to
bunch of white
say?
people to say it.
Just one of you text it to me, but don't say you texted it to me, so then no one will know which one
No.
of you is racist.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I remember this one. I remember what he said. Okay.
Anybody want to
it
talk
Kid Named
about any of the
Finger?
characters?
I think the first. Let's talk about the first episode. I completely contradict you. Actually, no, I don't care. Let's talk about the first episode.
I guess that's the thing. If you guys want to just move right into the analysis, we can do that. I don't really care. I just figured you
Yeah,
guys
alright.
might want to do the general stuff, which is, if you don't, that's perfectly fine. We can just move
I think
right
we
into...
can cover it as it comes along. I think.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. All right.
Um,
Which I guess this is the other thing. If any of you have to jump out at any point while we're doing this, just shoot me a text, and
Gotcha.
we'll give you a send-off. And I mean, how Nash and I were talking about it before we hit record, but Nash has also left and come back while we're recording, so if need be, you guys can do that too.
Wild.
Yeah, just send them a text. It's like a Chinese sweatshop suicide net where if you have to jump out, it'll save you.
Yes.
I.
What a hell of a way to start the first episode. All right, so
Anyways.
if you cover yourself
lung
in razor
cancer.
blades, then that wouldn't work.
I'm gonna
They have
ignore that.
steel
You're
nets.
jumping out of the
All right,
steel nets.
so we open the.
Just be a ball of plasma.
I feel like we're going to go back to the Africa conversation that we had yesterday.
Probably.
This is just going to slowly devolve into that.
No, we can continue. I won't bring up desert.
So.
Your opinions on people who live in deserts.
God damn it!
That makes it sound way worse than it is.
Pilot.
Yes.
Diagnosed with terminal lung
Episode-
cancer,
episode-
a high school
we're not-
chemistry
we're not
teacher
there
resorts
yet.
to cooking and selling methamphetamine to provide for his family. This is courtesy of
Babes.
Netflix.
Are you just reading the episode description?
Episode
Off of
1,
Netflix, yes.
pilot. So, we open in the desert. There's a pair of pants that are just sort of floating in the wind, and then they get run over by an RV. Inside the RV, there's a man who is in only his underwear and a gas mask. For simplicity's sake, I will just call him the driver for right now. There's
Relatable.
someone unconscious in the passenger seat. They're bruised. And in the back, there's broken chemistry equipment and 2 bodies. The driver's gas mask fogs up, and he crashes the RV into a bush on the side of a dirt road. The door flings open. Some sort of chemical leaks out of the open door. And the driver takes off the gas mask and puts on a pair of glasses. There's some sirens going off in the distance, and the driver starts to panic. Putting his shirt on, which was hanging on the outside mirrors of the RV, he holds his breath, runs inside, grabs a gun from one of the bodies, grabs his wallet and a camera from the glove compartment, and runs back outside, gasping for air. Boots up the camera very anxiously and says the following. My name is Walter Hartwell White. I
That's the
live
guy!
at 308 Negra Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87104. To all law enforcement entities, this is not an admission of guilt. I am speaking to my family now. Walt pauses for a minute, blocking the lens of the camera, and looks about ready to cry. He continues, Skylar, you are the love of my life. I hope you know that. Walter Jr., you're my big man. There are going to be things that you'll come to learn about me in the next few days. I just want you all to know that no matter how it may look, I only had you in my heart. The sirens are getting closer, and Walt says his goodbye to the camera, closing the camera he picked up. He lays it on the ground with his wallet open and pulls the gun, walking towards the sirens, pointing the gun at the approaching vehicles, and then we cut to the
Showing
title
the
slides.
cashier my 100% off coupon.
Walter does not pay.
Ugh. So anyways, that it was really interesting going back through
I am the one who doesn't pay.
that pilot. Like the very first scene, just I think it's like 2 minutes long. And fucking Christ, there's a lot of information that's thrown in there. But it's done incredibly well, and we're doing a lot already to establish the characters and set up the story.
It definitely hooks you, because I think if we, went to just, oh wow, random guy's birthday, wow, he's turning 50, that's wild. Just like me for real, I guess. It definitely it's like, oh, what the hell is happening? Like, what is the context to all this? And then, oh wow, we get to learn the context.
That's one of those.
IGS. What the hell does IGS stand for?
You two should
IGS.
fight.
You just said IGS.
I was trying. I was thinking of IG, like I guess, and then I.
Oh, okay. IGS like is an I guess. Okay.
The normal abbreviation is just
I've never
IG.
heard anyone say that.
But like I wanted to say it. I wanted to say IG, but then I thought mid sentence, oh, that's really stupid. So I tried to say I guess.
I'm gonna clip him saying that. I want to say it, and I'm gonna ruin your whole career.
No.
Wow.
No.
Jesse! What the fuck? Why?
Jesse!
Oh my god. Anyways, back on topic. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, really looking at this, it's like Forrest was saying, we need the context of what he's entangled in, but it's a lot that for me, this was enough to hook me. He's thinking more about his family than anything else, and we get to see how he, like, truly feels about them. In a way that kind of, like, I don't think it really feels expository. I think they did a decent job of kind of naturally conveying that information in a way that I think makes sense. And then there's also the fact that he laid out the wallet and the camera, so, I mean, clearly he expects to die. And then there's the gas mask that he throws and forgets completely about, which comes up later. And then there's also the question of who the passenger is and who the two guys that are seemingly dead in the back of the RV, who they are. And then there's the bullet holes in the door. Like, there's a lot of different things here that
What's all the lab
set up for later.
Well, I think the one thing that really I didn't think about it until my most recent watch through, but Walt's not the kind of guy to just murder police officers. So him holding up that gun to me, the way I took it was he doesn't want to be arrested. He wants to get them to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's engineering the situation so that he will die rather than have to face the guilt that he knows he'll feel over what his family thinks of him.
Yeah,
and I just never thought about
that
until recently.
Not to like.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I kind of felt that I could get that vibe the first time I watched it. I was kind of like, I don't think he'd actually shoot, or at least hit someone. I think he'd just try to get.
Definitely like the way like Jesse even says later in the episode. He's like, straight-laced guy like you, giant stick up his ass. You want to break bad?
Oh, that's why they call it that. Okay.
It's like that. It's like the. Sorry, continue.
Oh, whoever was going, go ahead.
I was making a joke. Sorry.
Alright. Uh-oh. It's
Um,
like the guy from The Outsider. What is his name?
uh,
Oh,
It's not Pony Boy. He's the main
Dally,
character.
Dally, the guy that
Yeah.
commits
It's
suicide
like
by
when
cop.
Dally does it.
Oh yeah. That's a deep
That's
cut.
what it
suicide is
reminds me of.
badass.
And again, I guess that's the thing. It's like we got all of that information, and I think Cam and Nash are both absolutely right. You can come to that conclusion that I don't think he's the type of person already that would make this sort of decision that would have like a standoff with the police where he would fire back or anything. And Nash, what the fuck is happening
Are-
on your end?
Is your house being invaded by demons? What the hell?
It sounds like the fucking Gygus boss theme from Earthbound. Like
Oh my god,
it's
it
just
does.
random
Someone's
noises.
mowing their lawn outside.
I have no
That
idea.
might be
that
it.
might
I'll
be
just-
it.
I don't know.
You might have to mute
Promise.
like you usually do. I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, anyways, so what I was saying, I think it's a lot of information that's thrown at you in a short time, but it's already enough information that we can almost definitively make calls about what these characters, well, this character at least, would do. And I mean, that's good. We're getting information that is sort of foundational to characterizing Walt moving forward. Does anyone have anything else, or are we good to keep going?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, let's keep going.
So, post intro, we are at the White Residence 3 weeks before when the intro took place. Walt and Skylar
I was about
are
to say,
laying...
I'm like, what? Their house isn't white, but then I realized that their
Yeah.
name is white. Very smart.
Walt and Skylar are laying in bed. Skylar's asleep, and Walt is wide awake. He sits up, and we cut to him working out in the nursery, panning over paint colors that are hung up on the wall and a vast assortment of baby toys and other necessities. While he exercises, he coughs just a little and looks over at an award from 1985, recognizing him for contributing to research that was awarded a Nobel Prize. And I have written here specifically, he was the crystallography project leader for proton radiography, which is basically word salad except for the word crystallography, because for a bunch of reasons that might be important. But again, it's one of those things kind of visually bombarding you with information as opposed to directly saying what the thing is, which is nice.
Yeah, we learn a lot in this scene.
Yep. And like I was saying, again, it's pretty much all nonverbal stuff. It's really... again, like, a lot of shows don't do this. They would have literally just started with him, like Forrest was saying. Probably would have started with the birthday party, and then immediately had Skylar be like, "Oh, I'm pregnant, by the way." It's like, okay. I mean, I guess we got...
It's a show don't tell type thing.
Yeah.
And that goes a long way.
Yeah. Well, again, like in this case, I think you're doing a lot. I mean, even the cough, it's like we know that that's important later, but it's one of those things like in this scene you're going to overlook
Chekhov's
it because,
cough.
yeah, basically, but you're going to overlook it because of everything else that's happening in this scene. So the next scene that we have is Skylar hands Walt a plate of eggs and veggie bacon. The bacon, I don't know exactly how to like phrase this, so I'm just going to say spells, or I guess writes out the number 50. And Skylar asks Walt when he will be home and says that she doesn't want him, referring to Bogdan, dicking him around tonight. You get paid until 5, you work until 5, no later. Walt Jr. walks in. We see him on crutches. He sits down and joins them at the table, and he and Skylar argue about the hot water while Walt stays silent, letting out another cough. Skylar asks if he took his... I cannot read what... I actually don't even know how you would pronounce that medication, and yet I wrote it down.
It's just a medicine.
Yeah. But he takes some sort of medicine. Walt says he did, and then basically remarks that he thinks the cough is getting better. Junior and Skylar both bicker about the veggie bacon. Walt and Walt Jr. have a little banter where Junior says, how does it feel to be old? And then Walt says back, how does it feel to be a smartass? and after that, they both leave. And again, like I guess that's the thing. Like going through this, I think a lot of the first season is just going to be like, yep, we're hitting. I think pretty much all of the beats that we need to. We're getting across information that we need. We're establishing a lot about these characters, and we're not. I guess I don't want to make this sound like derogatory, but we're not doing a ton, but we're also establishing a ton, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Establish the dynamics between characters and their relationships rather than just here's how these characters are related. We're gonna tell you this is Walt's son. No, you gather from what you're shown. Oh, so this must be Walt's son, and this is the dynamic that they typically have.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, hell, like even down to the more, I guess, like things that you can infer. It's like Skylar and Walt's dynamic. Walt doesn't really talk. He kind of sits down. Breakfast is made for him, all that. And then you have, I believe it's when, it was what I was saying about the car wash. When she's talking to him about when he'll be home, it sounds like very, I guess not like she wears the pants, but in a sense, I guess she sort of does at this point. That it's sort of that, but also like the idea that she's like, yeah, I'm kind of sick of your boss like fucking you over.
It very quickly characterizes Walt as a pushover.
Yeah.
Which is a very big part of his character arc. So
Well, I think
establishing
the other thing,
this early is good.
I feel like the other thing they're trying to do is to paint, like, to show you how normal they are, and then over the course of the show, like, it just gets progressively worse and worse and worse to the point where, like normal conversations like this are going to be taken for granted, and they're gonna wish for these like normal moments back.
Yeah.
At the end.
Yeah.
But it's definitely
because you have like the silent dinners
at
one point. Then you have like Skylar's thing with Ted and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, hell, the first thing that came to mind as soon as Anthony talked about that was there's a specific dinner scene in season 5 between Skylar and Walt and another character, and it's incredibly.
Can you remind me?
Incredibly tense and awkward.
Jesse! Jesse!
Oh my god. So, anyways, unless any of you have anything else, we'll keep moving. And if any of you guys do have anything, I just keep plugging along. Feel free to jump in and cut me off. Walt and Walt Jr. arrive at school. Walt teaches chemistry, or at least he tries to. He asks the room, "What is chemistry the study of?" And only one person raises their hand and replies, "Chemicals." And Walt's like, "Yeah, chemicals." No. That's...
Idiot!
And then answers the question himself. Chemistry is... Well, technically, chemistry is the study of matter, but I prefer to see it as the study of change. And then he turns on...
Which is honestly pretty ironic, considering...
Yeah, it's one of those things, like...
I never even...
Really looking at that, I think that's a really great line. I'm not going to go the Bravo Vince.
It's the study of
this,
Breaking Bad.
Jesse!
I don't want to go the Bravo Vince way of looking at this, but I do really like that line going back through the show.
Yeah. I feel like there's so many moments that you don't realize, like on your first watch through, what they actually mean. But
oh yeah.
Well, I don't even know if Vince did it on purpose, but he has a lot of moments like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big testament to his writing later in the show, even more than now, because it's like now he didn't know what was going to happen. But the fact that he could look back at stuff like that line and just build upon it is great. I mean, you see that a lot in Better Call Saul. Just one random line from that or Breaking Bad turns into a whole arc for the show.
It's one of the things I really like about both shows is I think there was a lot of attention to detail the longer, obviously, I think both projects went on, but I think it was also a care for not only the world and the characters, but kind of the story they were telling in the audience as a whole, like trying to make sure that things were consistent, trying to make sure that, little details, if they ever came back up, that they were things that were relevant or mattered, or you know what I mean?
Well, I think the show has always been detail oriented.
Oh, I think so.
Even with something, especially with something as like mundane as Walt's clothing, as you if you like see the color charts of like what he wears in each episode, you notice that his wardrobe gets progressively darker, reflecting his character I don't want to say growth, but character progression.
I was gonna say, I
Well,
think
I know
regression might be the way
Walt's
to phrase it, but yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Walt's entire design early on in the show, I guess, was very influenced by Bryan Cranston,
Yeah.
and he basically said, "Yeah, I want." Because if you've ever seen Bryan Cranston, that man can grow a beard. So for him to intentionally have the entire makeup crew like thin out his mustache to make him look weaker, and I know I saw one interview where he said he intentionally chose like the colors so that Walt would kind of blend into the backgrounds. He wouldn't
Mhm.
really stand out.
Which I think that's more than fair. He absolutely in this season does kind of just blend in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, actually thinking about it, one of the other things that I read that he said was he deliberately, like you said, Cam, thinned the mustache, and I think he said his reason behind that was he wanted it almost to kind of look like a dead rat or something to that effect. That basically, he wanted Walt's appearance to kind of be like you said, weak, but also kind of, I guess, in a sense, grotesque might be the word to use, but maybe that's not it.
Well, he
No.
just wanted to look
Yeah.
plain.
Yeah.
He really wanted Walt to look as plain as possible to really like acknowledge his growth and transition from being this plain, every like average guy, being just a complete fucking mental.
Sociopath.
No.
Exactly.
From being just this normal guy to being literally me.
Based.
Giga Chad. Absolute Giga Chad.
Walter was right the whole time, guys.
I'm just saying.
Walt
Walter
did nothing
White,
wrong.
Walt did
free my
nothing.
boy, didn't do nothing wrong. Let's resuscitate him.
I don't think
can
that's
de-
gonna work, but all right.
You can definitely just
Baby
resuscitate him after a
Blue.
gunshot.
Dude, I can't tell you how much I unironically love that song now because
No,
of the show.
it's actually a great song.
It's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yes,
he chose baby blue because it's the color of Walt's meth.
Shut up.
Isn't that wild?
It's mid. It's mid.
Shut up,
The
Nash.
color of
Dude.
Walt's meth or his meth?
Dude thinks Margot Robbie wrote that song. Okay.
Ian, you unmuted.
Guess
Did
I
you have
got
something you wanted to
what
add?
I deserve.
No.
Nash would get to heaven and he'd be like,
Um,
it's all right, I guess.
That's. Never mind. There's a joke there. I'm not gonna take it.
What? What did you say about me?
I didn't.
I said you would get to heaven and
Oh.
you'd be like, it's all right, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's kind of mid. Yeah, there's no way I'm ever getting there though. So
Bold
it
of you to
doesn't
assume
matter.
that Nash is going to heaven.
He made the joke for me. All right. Walt and Walt Jr. arrive at school. I fucking read this already. What am I doing?
Backtracking.
Right. I never finished this paragraph. That'd be why. So he turns on a Bunsen burner and changes the color of the flame by using different chemical spray bottles, which is actually kind of neat.
Lithium.
Talking more, it seems like really, and this happens, I think, consistently throughout the first season, which is another nice touch. Like, you didn't have to have it, or just the first, because I guess that's the other thing. Other shows would probably fuck this up too, and I have seen other shows fuck this up, where, I mean, Walt is kind of the loser, that everyone that takes his class is kind of apathetic or disinterested in what he's doing. So to have one or two people engage, and it happens consistently throughout this season, just again, nice little touch. But anyways, to continue, he sees a student named Chad flirting with another student and calls him out for not being at his assigned seat. So Chad makes a scene and disrupts the entire class by dragging his chair, and Walt,
like an actual asshole.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me just get this off my chest. I hate this scene. I hate people that are just like. This reminds me of back in high school. Just people that just did the most like obnoxious shit for no reason other than to just be awful. If I was Walt, I would have sent his ass to the fucking like detention with like seriously. That's just rude and unnecessary.
well, like,
And I won't stand for it.
taking that further and going off of what most of us have said, like the idea that Walt is weak, his response is literally he looks at him, he's like, whatever, and then just keeps moving on. It's like, oh, dude. But yeah, again, like we're doing the small, I think almost simple is the, I guess, way to phrase it. That we're hitting these nice little beats, and again, we're doing a really good job with the characters. That again, I like totally buy that Walt is, like Cam said earlier, just a complete pushover. And it's about to get worse. So, Walt is working the register at a car wash until his boss comes out and says that another worker called in and said they're quitting. So now Bogdan is going to run the register and Walt will have to wash cars. And Walt starts to protest, but then pretty much gives up immediately and leaves to go wash the cars without saying much else. And when he's outside, he runs into Chad, whose car he is currently cleaning. And I believe the kids take a picture of him, and they're also on the phone with other people, and they start like gossiping about it.
Oh, it's Mr. White.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like Walt does nothing to. I mean, I guess what would you do in that situation? But at the same time, Walt does nothing to try
Shoot
and
them.
help himself.
Pull
Show
out the.
them
I mean, he does
100% off
something else. He does a lot of things in the season that are just unnecessary.
That's-
So I wouldn't put it
that's
past him
true,
just to
yeah.
shoot them.
In episode 4 of the series Breaking Bad, episode titled Cancer Man, Walt sets a car on fire for no particular reason.
Yep.
I've played enough video games to know that him doing that at a gas station would do worse than just blow up that car. But okay.
He's
Yeah.
literally me for real, for real.
All right. So after that, Walt drives home and takes a handicapped tag off his car, tossing it in the glove box, and of course, I see this one felt like a little bit. I don't even know if they were trying to do this as like Walt sucks at everything or what the deal was, but he literally just throws it in the glove box and he closes it and it doesn't stick, and so he keeps like slamming it. Like I think he does it like 3 or 4 times, and it just doesn't work, and he gets really pissed off.
And then he walks into his house.
Yes, and then he returns home. Skylar threw him a surprise party, and then she leans in and whispers to him that, yeah, you're super fucking late, dude. What the hell? In the kitchen, Skylar is talking with Marie and Carmen about her pregnancy. Carmen says that you can hardly tell that Skylar's showing, and then Marie is just like, she's showing a little. And that was just one of the things, like, as that happened, I was just like, man, I guess I never
Because Marie is
realized,
the
like,
fucking worst.
right away that we characterized Marie as a bitch.
So she is the only character in this entire series that I would consider just as obnoxious as Skylar. Like, they're my least 2 favorite characters in some, like, ever. I hate them. But I'm happy they're there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think Maria is one of the most annoying people ever.
I
Oh,
think most of
did
us
we
would
just
agree.
introduce Murray? Sorry.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Oh boy, I have some words to say about her in this season.
Oh.
Marie. Oh, that's the shoplifting arc.
That goes nowhere. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Like goes
Oh
absolutely
no,
nowhere.
it's not. It's
I
not
mean, she
that.
is a woman.
That I do have a problem with, but that's not with this season. I don't understand. She's very thoroughly characterized in her very first scene as "I'm just a bitch."
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And after like episode 3, they completely do away with that. She's just a normal person who makes mistakes sometimes and can act bitchy. But they try so hard for like the first half of season 1 to just make her the most hateable person on the planet, and then they completely shift directions. And I really don't understand it.
I think going through this, I'd almost argue Marie is a bit inconsistent because there are a lot of times, like Cam was saying, where it's just outright, she's a bitch. And then there's plenty of moments throughout this season where she's also, like, the nicest person in the room. I just, like, I'm kind of lost as to which I'm supposed to be running with as
But also at the
like,
same
defining
time,
trait, you know?
I would argue that Marie isn't like that important to the greater whole. That I'm not saying that like inconsistent characterization is like okay when it's not a major character,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm
no, I
saying
get what
like
you're saying.
since she's not as major, like you can kind of get away with it, I guess.
She also has an ungodly amount of purple things in her life.
I was gonna bring it up earlier when we were talking about the colors. I'm sorry, the clothing that Walt wears in this season. I know there's Vince Gilligan had some like massive color wheel. And I know one of the big things with Better Call Saul was there was like an insistence on using blue either to symbolize death or innocence. I think there's a couple times in this show that it happens too. But I know colors were a huge, huge thing for this show, especially.
Yes, but Marie has an ungodly amount of purple.
You're right, and I'm
It
not
represents
disagreeing.
how much Marie is a character in this show.
No.
It represents how she killed 5 children in the back of a Chuck E. Cheese style restaurant. I have to eat dinner. I'll be right
Why?
All right.
What a great send off.
That was something.
Guys, it's
You really
FNAF.
just compare Marie to
Get
Freddy
it.
Fazbear.
I guess
No,
so.
no, no, no.
yeah.
So the main
Okay.
antagonist of Five Nights at Freddy's is his like nickname is the Purple Guy.
Yeah, I love Purple Guy.
Wonderful. Okay.
All right. So yeah, to continue, Hank is in the living room showing off his fucking gun. He unloads
His
it.
piece.
He unloads it and
His
then hands it off to
piece.
fucking Walt Jr.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things. I mean, the easy joke is like he, cared about gun safety more than Alec Baldwin did. Moving on. I mean, Walt
Don't
is
lie to me, Walt.
literally in the background, and he's just like, maybe don't do that, and then he just kind of like gives up and lets it happen. It's like, okay.
I mean, would you argue with a man with a gun?
When he's actively handing the gun to my son, I might, yeah. But then again, I'm
Fair
also
enough.
not Walt, so I don't know. Like,
Right.
anyways.
Well, I am Walt actually. He's just
Oh, damn. Okay. So Walt, at Junior's insistence, takes the gun into his hands, and he's like, "Oh man, that's incredibly heavy." And then Hank says, "Yeah, that's why they hire men." And then everyone starts laughing.
like
That was
I'm
actually a
Hank.
decent Hank laugh.
Hank Schrader.
Hank makes a toast in which he further insults Walt. At least I think part of it is indirect. And then he has them turn on the news because he realizes that there's a recent meth lab bust that he was part of that's going to be covered. And it's just one of those things. It's like, yep, we're celebrating Walt's birthday, and what's the big event? We're watching Hank make an arrest.
Mhm.
And then, so yeah, they watch Hank give an interview. Gomez makes the joke. He's like, yeah, the camera really does add 10 pounds. And then Marie's like, 10 pounds? And then Hank flips them both off. Skyler's like, Junior's right. Like, basically points at Junior's like, what the hell? So Hank apologizes mockingly by flipping them off again and then covering it, or covering Junior's eyes or something like that. He's like, oh, you didn't see that, sorry. Walt seems a bit, I guess, perplexed. He's like, oh man, how much money did you guys take in that bust? And Frank said, I'm sorry, Frank. What the fuck?
Frank.
Hank says it was, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the Better Call Saul parody I'm writing, because there is a character named Frank that you guys will eventually see, I promise.
Frank Schrader.
It's not that cringe, but we'll get there. Hank says that it was 700,000, which is a pretty good haul. At least that's what he says.
Especially in like what 2013?
2000.
Mark?
I was gonna say,
Oh
I
no,
think it's-
2003 is Better Call Saul.
I think it's
so I don't-
2008. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's a decent chunk of change. And then Hank offers to take Walt on a ride along sometime if he wants. And again, like just some small scenes. I say small scenes. I think we're kind of past small scenes, but you know what I mean. We're hitting all the right beats, and again, just we're doing a decent job with the characters, except for Marie. But we'll get to her eventually, I think. So we're at this scene, which I can't. I guess I'll just rip the Band-Aid. Skylar tries to give Walt a handy, and
Oh yeah, it's awkward as fuck.
The first time I ever watched this show, it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I got to this point and I just stopped because I was just like, what the fuck is this show? The intro and then going to this huge string of random interactions with Walt and then immediately going into this scene with Skylar. Like, it was just so bizarre.
it's one of the most awkward things I think I've ever had to watch, and there's a couple of those throughout this season, I think.
Oh
But
yeah.
is that its intention? ? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
I think it is. Like, absolutely. It has to be.
Yeah, because Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
That's just really weird that, like, she's doing that, and in the meantime, they're just like, so... I think Walt's like, yeah, there's an art exhibit I think I'm gonna go check out. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
Well, I think it's also meant to show, like, kind of how pathetic Walt is, that, like, even something like
Yeah.
having sex with his wife, he can't just do that.
Yep.
Because he has better things to... Not better things to do, but...
Like, his mind is elsewhere, and at the same time,
Yeah,
the big issue that she
and-
points out is that he's having trouble getting hard, so... like...
Got him.
Yeah.
Poor Walt.
Yeah.
He really is the victim of this whole show.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna say it, this is the one scene where Walt isn't me. There had to be one.
Oh my god. So yeah, Walt goes to work. He starts coughing up a storm, and then he collapses. We cut to him in the back of an ambulance, and then he's insisting with the EMT. He's like, "No, I'm fine. Can you guys, like, drop me off?" And I think it's one of the funnier things, because, like, I can absolutely imagine that an EMT has probably heard that before, because the EMT, like, gives him a look, and he's like, no. So Walt is sent to the hospital. I'm sorry. Before we get to that, his lungs are checked, and he is asked if he was a smoker at any point. He says no. So Walt goes in for testing, and then he sits down with a doctor, and he zones out until the doctor asks if he's listening, and Walt repeats what the doctor said. He has,
This scene is phenomenal.
lung cancer, and it's inoperable. And I think it was at this point that I'm like, oh man, I actually really like Bryan Cranston.
He's a really, really good actor. And this was like his
A
first
wholesome man.
serious role, wasn't it? Before this, he was mainly comedy.
Yeah, that was actually
Yes.
the big thing. They didn't want to cast him because of Malcolm in the Middle and all of the other shows he had done before that.
Well, he was in an episode of the X-Files, I guess, and he was
Yeah.
where he played a
Winston
character that was
Gilligan.
where he played a character that was very similar to Walter.
But if I remember,
So-
if I remember the story correctly, I don't know if it was AMC that didn't want him to do it because they weren't sure if the show would actually work with him in the lead role or what it was.
Well, AMC didn't even want to do Breaking Bad in the first place.
Yeah.
So
But
they thought it would be too similar to Weeds.
yeah,
but-
which is funny because I've never heard that comparison ever. But
Right.
you know,
Well, that was back when they were
Right,
first
which one is
pitching
still
it,
talked
so-
about nowadays?
that's exactly. So yeah, Walt returns home. Skylar gets off the phone and asks Walt how his day went, and he hesitates, and then he's just like, "Yeah, it was fine." And then I think, yeah, we cut back to him at the car wash again, and Bogdan is on the phone, then walks out to Walter, and he says, "Yeah, you need to go outside and help wipe down cars again." This time Walt mutters, "Fuck you." And then Bogdan basically looks at him and is like, "I'm sorry, what'd you say?" And then Walt repeats it. It says, "Fuck you and your eyebrows." He knocks down a ton of air fresheners and then leaves. And then
Like a Chad.
I think probably my favorite part of this is as he's about to leave, he goes, wipe down this, and he grabs his fucking dick
His
and
crotch.
then walks out.
I watched the whole compilation. It's like 2.5 minutes of every time a character in Breaking Bad grabs their dick and says something,
Yeah.
something this. Because it happens so many times.
Oh yeah,
It's
I got
always
a wire
either Walt
speaking
or
to the
Jesse.
mic.
Yeah, it's always those
Who?
two.
Who?
Walt and
Jesse!
Oh god. Back home, Walt lights matches and tosses them into the pool. And then
Just to feel something.
Yeah, he grabs his phone and calls Hank, and he goes, "You know, I think he wakes Hank up because it's fucking super early in the morning." And he's like, "Hey, you wanna take me on that ride along?" And then we cut to Walt, Hank, and Gomez staking out a house that's supposedly a meth lab, which I don't believe they say it in this episode, but it's actually established later on that this was a house that they were sent to by Crazy 8 because he was the DEA
Crazy
snitch.
Eight.
So Walt asks why they suspect... Oh, actually, never mind. They do say it. Never mind. I'm a dumbass. I didn't read the next sentence. Walt asks why they suspect it, and Hank admits that they have an informant who told them about it. And that a meth dealer called Cap'n Cook works there. And he uses a dash of chili powder in his meth. Hank and Gomez place a bet on Captain Cook's ethnicity. Which, it's funny, because Nash was asking what the slur is, and he's not here for the scene that describes that. There's a school bus that passes, and they're finally given the green light to storm the building. So it's here that the DEA arrests Emilio Koyama, I believe is the last name. The suspect is caught, and afterwards Walt asks if he could check out the actual lab. So Hank reluctantly agrees to do that, and goes inside with Gomez to scope out the scene. And then shortly after they leave, Jesse escapes through a window on the second floor.
And there's like
Walt.
one of the only bits of nudity in the whole show.
Yes, they have some random ass girl flash her tits.
Really quick, I wanna do a quick quiz. So
Okay.
in the metastasis version of this, which do you think is most likely?
God.
A, they completely remove the woman being nude. B, they completely
show
remove the woman. Or C, they keep the scene the same but blur her tits. Which of those would be probably the best option?
God.
Actually, the fourth
the blur
option,
would be the
she's
best
there
option.
and she's wearing a bra.
Yeah, there's also that. Yeah, in metastasis, they do the scene the exact same, except they just blur the nudity. And it's like, oh, you could have just had her wear clothes or something.
You could have just had her wear clothes or not be there.
Yeah,
Even if Jesse
it's just
literally
so
comes out of the
goofy.
window putting his clothes on, I think we still get the same implication.
Yeah.
But whatever. So Jesse basically motions for Walt to stay quiet, and then gets in his car. And the cool part with this is
Drives
that
away.
they both recognize each other. Now, this is where I've got some questions that I think might be problems. So the show lampshades it later, but the fact that Jesse's license plate is Captain Cook, I think, is incredibly stupid.
Oh yeah. For a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, him just advertising his license plate that says the Cap'n.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things. It's like, I guess it's just far enough away that you could be like, I guess, but at the same time, it's like, really, I don't buy it. The second you see that car, you should know who it is.
Maybe it's just some unrelated guy named the Captain.
It could be, yeah. It's like, Captain America.
He was just a really big Marvel fan.
He'd have to be really big, considering right about now is when Iron Man would have come out. So Captain America probably wasn't even like a D-lister yet.
I was gonna say pretty obscure.
Jesse's a teenage guy.
That's
He's
true.
So I guess you saying that, I guess I'll just skip to the next point that I've got. So do we assume that Jesse was watching from the window to see when Hank and Gomez left? Or did he just get lucky?
I would assume he heard them raiding the house and then looked out the window and saw it and was waiting for everybody to leave. That was my assumption.
That's my assumption, is he probably heard it and was looking out the window, or had her looking out the window. But yeah, it was just one of those things. Like, I was thinking about that. I'm like, oh, so if we potentially having the joke there, I don't know if Jesse literally just got lucky and happened to go out the window the moment that Hank and Gomez left. But yeah, it's one of those things. Like, in the grand scheme of things, I don't particularly care. I'm fine with assuming that he saw them. And then there was another thing in their exchange as they're waiting to storm the building that I thought was really weird. It's not, I don't think it's like a huge issue, but as they're getting ready to storm, Hank explains to Walt why they have gas masks, which is something that Walt didn't ask about. And then he incorrectly says to Walt, he's like, yeah, it's the chemicals that they're mixing. It would produce mustard gas. And then Walt corrects him and says it's phosphine gas, and Frank is just like, yeah, whatever, shut the fuck up. So the question that I have is like, does this exchange exist explicitly to explain to us, to the audience, why they're wearing gas masks? Because that was just, again, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that was just the way that came off to me.
I think it's twofold. One, it foreshadows what Walt will do later in this episode. And two,
True.
it helps establish further
Oh.
how smart Walt is.
I think that's fair. Again, it was just one of those things, like,
Yeah.
listening to it, I'm like, that was really weird. So Walt never asked about that. Hank brought it up. Walt corrects him, and then they just move on.
Yeah. I think it's to foreshadow him using the phosphine gas later.
Actually, I didn't even think about the phosphine gas, but yeah, at the same time, I guess that's the other thing is we've gone through so many scenes of Walt just being shit at everything that of course, talking about chemistry, that would be the one thing that he's like, actually, no, it would be this.
Yeah.
But again, it's just one of those things, like, if Walt didn't ask that question, it seems really odd that Hank would just be like, hey, so here's this thing. But, again, whatever. So, Walt drives to a house and parks out front. Jesse pulls a tarp over his car and hears Walt enter through the gate, so he hides and grabs a tire iron to defend himself. Walt announces his presence and says that Jesse's address is still in the school system, asking if Jesse's aunt still owns the place. Jesse says that he owns it now, and the two of them bicker and banter a bit, not exactly in a friendly way. But like, again, pretty much, I want to say by like the first probably sentence that each of them have, it's pretty clear that the two of them don't particularly care for each other.
No.
Walt says he never actually, yeah, hell, this sentence makes it pretty clear too. Says he never expected Jesse to amount to anything, and calls him out for his identity as Captain Cook, and points out the custom license plate is incredibly stupid. Walt gives a speech about what Jesse lost today during the raid, and that he knows how this business works, whereas Walt knows the chemistry, and he's like, yeah, we could work together. And Jesse kind of scoffs at that idea, but Walt gives him little choice. He's like, yeah, you can either work with me or I'm going to turn you in. And again, just a nice little thing. We're doing pretty decent for these characters, I think.
Yeah, like, it's almost like it's good. It's probably not praiseworthy how good it is, but the fact that there's absolutely nothing to complain about in the majority of the scenes is just amazing. Especially in modern day where, I mean, if anybody in the audience has watched any of the other stuff we've covered, that's very rare for us to go through a scene and not have at least 10 different things that are wrong with every single sentence that is spoken by a character.
I think the only other time that we've done this, and it's been like this, is when we covered the Prestige. That it's just there's a lot of things that are working. So anyways, Skylar and Marie banter while Skylar wraps up an item she just sold. That I guess that's a thing that they bring it up now. I don't know as though they really bring it up much after this, but I guess Skylar sells things online. That's like a thing that she does to make money, I guess.
eBay.
Pretty much. Marie asks about Skylar's novel, which is also another thing that doesn't come up past this
Oh god,
season,
that
I'm
doesn't
pretty
go
sure.
anywhere. That's
Which is,
Yeah,
like,
I think this season's it.
I'm fine with that. I think it comes up one or two other points in this season, but yeah, it just really is just one of those things that they bring up arbitrarily. They're like, Skylar writes. Moving on. Skylar says she isn't writing a novel, but she is writing short stories. And then Marie offers to critique any of the short stories, but that Skylar writes, and Skylar basically tells her to fuck off. The two of them then talk about Walt, and thus fail the Bechdel test.
no.
Which I know is a huge deal. That was like, I like the show, but that was a deal breaker for me.
Yeah, this completely arbitrary test that has no
No,
bearing on the
it has no
quality of a
bearing
piece
on
of
anything,
writing.
yeah.
Literally created by a fucking webcomic.
Yeah. So moving on, Walt steals a bunch of assorted chemistry equipment from the high school lockup and brings it to Jesse. And he proudly shows off the equipment to Jesse, who just does not give a shit. Walt asks Jesse if he actually learned anything in class, and then Jesse's response, I think, is funny because he's like,
No,
"No,
you flunked me.
I didn't learn anything in your class. You flunked me." And it's like, so you didn't learn anything because you fucked up. Okay.
Typical teenagers.
Yeah. Jesse calls cooking an art and tries to put Walt in his place, saying that the shit I cook is the bomb, so don't be telling me. And then Walt cuts in
No,
and
the
just
shit
like,
you cook is shit.
the shit you cook is shit. I saw your setup.
Best
Ridiculous.
line of all time.
You and I will not make garbage. We will produce a chemically pure and stable product that performs as advertised. No baby formula, no chili powder. And then Jesse
No. Chili
jumps
tea
in.
is my specialty.
Yeah. And then eventually the two of them basically decide to let it go. Jesse tells Walt that they are not cooking at his house, and Walt asks where they should do it. And Jesse tells him that this was his deal. He wanted to cook, so he needs to figure that out. And Walt mentions using a self-storage place, but Jesse says that the DEA are onto that and have dogs that sniff around for it, so he suggests buying an RV. And this is when I noticed. So, the self-storage place, that's kind of interesting, considering something in Season 5, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's like, alright.
I didn't even remember that this appeared in season 1.
I never thought about that at all until I was going back through this. I'm like, oh, well, shit. Okay.
That's wild.
Nash is gonna come back and we'll be on like episode 3, I think. Walt withdraws money and hands it to Jesse to buy the RV. Jesse asks Walt why he's doing this, and Walt asks him the same. Jesse says money mostly, and so Walt says that he's doing it for money too, and pretty much tries to just end the conversation there and walks away. And Jesse says, nah, come on. Some straight like you, giant stick up his ass, all of a sudden at age, what, 60, he's just gonna break bad?
He said it!
Yeah, he did. He said, well, he didn't say Breaking Bad, he said Break Bad. That's not the same.
Close enough. Shut up.
We are the Breaking Bad. Jesse asks because of how Walt's mental state affects him moving forward. But Walt sort of basically evades the question and just says, I'm awake now, and then tells Jesse to buy the RV and leaves.
Wow.
It's one of those things, I like that scene, but I'm kind of not thrilled that Jesse just accepts that as the answer and doesn't ask ever again. But whatever. Walt Jr. is trying on pants in a clothing store.
Oh wait, this scene goes hard.
Yep. And Skylar asks if he's okay and needs help, so Junior asks his dad to help, which is another interesting thing that it's like, so going back to the breakfast, the two, like, those two seemed pretty close as opposed to Junior and his mom. So
Yeah.
we're kind of just reaffirming that.
Junior, like most of the audience, hates Skylar.
Yes. It is kind of sad.
Junior
like,
is supposed to be
oh, go ahead.
supposed to be representation of the audience.
It is kind of sad. I think this is probably the one season where Skylar's like tolerable, and even then, like going back through this, I still don't like her. But I think that's because of probably the later seasons. I think informing that. But anyways, yeah. So while Junior is checking himself out in the mirror, there's some kids nearby that make fun of him for being on crutches, and all three of them notice. By all three of them, I mean Walt Jr. and Skylar. All notice, and Skylar gets ready to go over to them with Walt, but Walt tells her not to, and then leaves out the back exit. And then Skyler just kind of stands there with Junior for a bit and then decides to walk over. But Walt has entered through the front, and he kicks one of the guys to the ground and pins his leg to the ground and then taunts him repeatedly before they leave.
And this is one of the few scenes in season 1 that I have a problem with.
Go for it.
Really?
Well, I didn't like how he walked all the way around the building back into the front entrance and then attack them. Like, why couldn't he just walk up to them and do it? Like,
I guess at that point
He's a man of theatrics, all right?
you could
that's what I'm saying. It's all about
potentially-
theatrics. Like, it's just stupid.
I guess the only thing I can come up with to potentially defend that is, well, wouldn't it be hard for Walt to get behind them? And it's like, well, no, he could go literally walk around them in the store.
Right. Why? Well, his goal is obviously to intimidate and threaten them. So why does he need to surprise them? Like,
But
Teleport's behind you, nothing personal, kid.
see, that's I remember watching that for the first time. Like, that was ridiculous. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Like, Walter does a lot of ridiculous things for no reason.
I mean, I guess that's the thing. It's like, I like the sentiment of that scene, but it is really goofy that he just leaves and then walks out front.
I guess to play devil's advocate, someone could say, like, well, he's really awkward, so he handles things really awkwardly. So, like, he'll do things like walk, like, because, like, he's not like a cold-blooded killer yet, so he doesn't really know, like, how to approach these people. So probably that was how he did it. But I don't know, it was goofy. I just thought it was goofy when I first watched it. I'm like, seriously, you couldn't just walk up to them? You had to go all the way around the building.
No, you don't understand. He's very important. It's very imperative for intimidation purposes.
And I guess this is the other thing. So Walt pre-diagnosis, and I was going to point this out earlier, but now's probably a good time. Pre-diagnosis, Walt would have just probably sat there and done nothing. Skyler probably would have approached them, and that would have been the end of it. Post-diagnosis, Walt just fucking did it himself. Which is consistent with what we saw earlier. So, again, another neat little thing, but that's all I've got. So, we'll keep moving. So, Walt and Jesse are out in the desert with the RV. And Jesse has a joke where he's like, yeah, there's nothing out here for miles. I think it's something like that anyways. And then he goes, except for this cow house. And then Walt's like, the fucking what? He goes, cow house, where cows live.
Where the cows live.
And I don't know. I don't find
that was a fun. I thought it was hilarious.
I like it. I don't know if I believe that Jesse's fucking dumb enough to not know what a barn is. He doesn't know what a barn is.
It's like I think probably like a better joke is there's cows like grazing over there and there's someone there with a cowpoke and he's like, I don't know what the fuck that is, the cow stick or something. It's like that maybe? But like the idea that he doesn't know what a barn is, a thing that like 5-year-olds
literally in every nursery rhyme known to man.
Yeah. It's like
I thought it was hilarious.
I like it. I think it's a funny joke. It's just like, wow, Jesse's dumb as fuck.
But that's the thing. It's like I get that Jesse's dumb, but to be dumb enough to not know what a barn is, it's like I feel like we're kind of pushing it.
You're in New Mexico, dude. There's nothing but farms out there.
Whatever. Anyways, that aside, Walt strips down and hangs up his clothes. And then Jesse, baffled, takes out the fucking video camera and starts recording and makes fun of Walt.
You gotta be like the biggest homo on the planet.
I was gonna say, I'm trying to remember what the line is, but yeah, I think that's it. And then Walt and Jesse cook together for the first time. And Jesse is astonished.
We do the thing!
Yeah, by how good the batch turned out.
Oh wait, I just realized we didn't skip the scene, but we didn't address it when it came up. Jesse also says a slur in this episode.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that at the end of this.
What does he say?
Jesse
he
says
calls
the F slur.
Mr. White a
that's
word.
right. Yeah, he does. Forgot about that.
I think he says it like I think 5 times throughout the whole show. I want to say he's the only character that says it.
I don't think he says it that much, but he is definitely the only one who says it.
Trying to think.
Breaking Bad, but every time they say a slur, you put a bullet in your head. I don't know.
A great drinking game.
Wow.
You'll be dead after one slur.
Jesse is astonished by how good the batch turned out and compliments Walt quite a bit.
It's just simple chemistry.
Jesse wants a taste, and Walt basically tells him, he's like,
No.
no, we're going to sell this. So Jesse takes some of the meth with him and says that he knows just who to sell it to. And it was at this point that I got to throw it in there. It's the complaint most people have with the show overall. It's, again, incredibly minor, but Jesse has some incredible teeth for a meth addict.
Is that really a genuine complaint?
It's one of those. Well, I guess that's the thing. It's like there's probably a bunch of them throughout the show that don't have fucked up teeth, but then you have people like Wendy that do. It's like, so
Yeah.
the fucked up teeth are a thing. It's just, I don't know. It's one of those things. I don't think it's a huge issue, but it is kind of funny to think about.
Yeah.
And there's one scene in particular later in the season that I think almost becomes comedic if his teeth are fucked up, but we'll get to that later. So anyways, Jesse goes to Crazy 8 and shows him the meth, and then we see Emilio, who got out on bail, is there, and he's incredibly pissed because he thinks that Jesse is the one that ratted on him. And so the two of them press Jesse on who cooked meth with him. And Crazy 8, Emilio, and Jesse all head out to the desert and meet Walt. Emilio recognizes Walt from when he got arrested. And Crazy 8 and Emilio hold Walt and Jesse at gunpoint. Jesse trips and hits his head on a rock. Crazy 8 is about to kill Walt, but Walt offers to teach them how to cook his recipe if he lets them both live. So Emilio duct tapes Jesse's hands and then walks inside the RV with a lit cigarette. And Walt basically tells him, you gotta put it out, it's gonna fuck up what I'm doing.
Stupid idiot.
Yep.
Do you even know how to cook methamphetamine?
Honestly. And so Emilio, in his infinite, I don't know why I said infamous, but okay. Infinite fucking wisdom, throws a lit cigarette out the window, and it happens to hit a patch of grass outside the RV. And so Walt dumps a container of red phosphorus, which causes an explosion that allows him to run out of the RV. He keeps the doors closed and waits for the gas to suffocate both of them. Then unties Jesse and spots the fire that's raging outside now. He initially tries to put it out, but ends up leaving it. He puts on the gas mask, puts a gas mask on Jesse, and then they both take off in the RV. And we've caught up with the intro of the episode now. Except this time we actually have the context.
Wow.
So, yeah, Walt loses his resolve as he's holding that gun and he's facing the sirens. And he points the gun at himself and pulls the trigger, or he's about to. And it's at this point that we learn that the fucking safety was on the entire time. And so,
I can't even kill myself correctly. He probably.
Walt undoes the safety, goes to do it, can't do it, throws the gun goes off. Which I don't know if that would happen with that gun, but I honestly have no idea.
What kind of gun was it? Do you know, or do you at least know
I'm pretty sure the gun goes off and then he throws it.
Oh, does?
I'm
not
pretty
sure.
sure it fires when he's trying to take the safety off.
It might.
I could be wrong.
Describe the
I
firearm.
think that might be right. I'm not entirely sure because I didn't write that part in my notes. So that very well could be how that goes. Actually,
Yeah, I have no clue what the gun
is-
looks like. It looked kind of like an M9.
What is a gun?
Honestly.
It like
See, there he goes again.
lasers and shit.
The sirens approach and Walt is ready to surrender, but it turns out that it's just a bunch of fire trucks, and so he stands in the middle of a dirt road in his underwear with a somewhat ripped shirt. Or, I'm sorry, not ripped. It's tucked into his underwear.
Yeah.
Hiding a gun from a fire truck.
Wow.
Jesse regains consciousness, and then he and Walt talk about what happens, and Walt explains that he made phosphine gas, and
He
then
did a
vomit,
funny.
then fucking throws up. So I think it was kind of funny, but the cut just before the episode ends, there is no vomit on the ground. But yeah. Anyways, and again, like that, it's not. The show doesn't fucking drop to like
Show's
a
ruined.
4 out of 10, but like it's just one of those things. I was looking for it, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. So anyways, we're back with Walt. He's taken the money from Crazy 8 out of the dryer. He's put it into a box. And he joins Skylar in bed, and she asks where he's been lately, but he doesn't say much of anything and dismisses her concerns.
Doesn't he say the car wash at this point?
No,
I'm pretty sure he does. Well, something comes up later with the car wash,
Yeah,
and Skylar thinking he still works there.
right.
I don't think he's.
And then she calls
maybe he does say
Bogdan and
car
then...
wash, but I'm not sure. But yeah, either way, he basically deflects, and he's like, "Yeah, don't worry about it." She tells him not to shut her out, and he kisses her, and then they have sex. And that is the first episode.
Wow.
Is there anything any of you would like to add before we move into episode 2?
I can't
When
believe
Walt
sex.
How many
said-
episodes are in a season?
How many episodes
7?
are there? 7.
7, okay.
7.
And is it still staticky in the background or noisy or whatever?
A little bit.
Doesn't get a fan on.
Yeah.
I don't have a fan on. That's my computer.
Oh.
Yeah.
You might
So
wanna
a
get
fan
that-
is on.
Computer
Might wanna
sounds
get
like
that
a
checked.
PlayStation 4.
Well, yeah, because he's got a gaming laptop.
Do gaming laptops get loud?
Oh my god, my roommate literally sounded like the thing was gonna explode at any time it was on.
So a PS4.
Yes.
Yeah, mine's like that.
That's just because it's a gaming
Because
laptop.
it's
That's just
superior.
how they work.
So anyways, we're moving
Yeah,
into
basically.
episode 2, Cats in the Bag. And I guess at this point I'd like to point out, and maybe this is just
No
me.
cats in this episode.
Well, I was going to get to
False
that
advertising.
eventually, but the episode titles for Breaking Bad as opposed to Saul, I think Saul does better because I can actually, like, they're usually one word. I know exactly what the episode is about based on that word. Whereas with this, it's like...
They don't really matter until, like, way
Yeah.
later for Breaking Bad.
Well, that's the thing. It's like with Breaking Bad, I think there's like 4 episodes that I could tell you based on the title what they are. Whereas with
Yeah.
Saul,
It's
like
like Ozymandias,
yeah.
Felina.
Fly. Like
half
that.
measure.
Yeah,
Full
Fly.
measure.
Oh,
And it's just like, you
God.
get what I'm saying though? It's like based on
Yeah.
this show's titles. Like if I just told you what is in the episode "Cats in the Bag," I think most of you would just be like, I don't know. And I like that. I feel like that's kind of a recurring thing throughout most of the show. And I guess that's
There's an episode this season called Cancer Man. I just think
Yeah.
that's really funny for some reason.
And again, I don't think it's a huge issue, I guess, but it is one of those things.
0 out of
that's like,
10. Garbage show.
I don't know, like compared
I think
to.
they get better, like, as the show goes on. They get a little bit better.
I think so, but at the same time, like if you gave me an episode title from this show, I probably can't tell you what it's about.
Ozymandias.
Well, and that's what we were saying. There's like 5 episodes, Ozymandias being one of them. That if you get the title like that, it's like, okay, well that I can tell you about. But it's like Ozymandias,
Like Box
Felina.
Cutter. If I told you Box
Oh,
Cutter,
Box
you'd
Cutter
probably know which
too,
one I'm
yeah.
talking
Box
about.
Cutter, yeah. But at that point, that
Yeah.
falls into the Saul thing, where it's like it's a thing that happens in the episode that is the title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which.
God.
But anyways, let's get to it. So Walt and Skylar finish having sex, and then Walt goes into a coughing
Can't
fit,
relate.
and he runs into the bathroom and wets his face. He's trying to catch his breath. And we cut to 12 hours earlier, and Walt picks up his wallet and the camera, and someone helps pull the RV out of the ditch that Walt crashed it into. Walt and Jesse awkwardly explain why the car ended up in here. I can't remember what the fuck the explanation is.
It's dumb, probably.
I'm
Question
pretty
mark?
sure it's basically like oh man, that was insane when you like couldn't see what was happening because your glasses fogged up, and then you drove into the ditch because you're an idiot. It's like, oh man, that was insane. Basically,
Wild.
both of them are doing that the entire time. That's like pretty evident that they're both fucking lying.
Law enforcement doesn't care.
Jesse pays the guy with some of Crazy Eight's money, and then they both get in the RV, and Jesse's like, hey, should we just dump the bodies out here? And Walt says that they can't because there's been fire trucks and all this other shit out there.
Even though that would be genuinely just be the best course of action.
I think what their plan to do after this is the best course of action, but theoretically dumping them out there might not be a terrible idea.
When the more effort you put into disposing of a body, the more it's gonna be found.
Yeah.
Like, so it's just
Not if you go to the lengths that they go to.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I think that I should have a say in this because I'm very experienced in this. That is not
in
true.
dissolving bodies, hiding bodies.
Just the body destruction. Yes.
Okay.
Who just left?
Ian just left. He will be back eventually.
Your mom left, bitch.
Okay.
Sorry, give me just a minute. You guys talk amongst yourself.
Among Us.
Like I'm back in high school.
I know. I think if
Back
they
in high
just
school
dump the
as if it's been
bodies
so
there,
long.
they for sure get caught within like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But it's not Arizona. Fuck. Mexico. What is out? There's nothing out there.
The gas masks get found and they're dumped in the same place where they would have dumped the
that's true.
bodies. So they definitely would have been caught.
All
right. Sorry about that. So yes, they have the big sex. Walt starts coughing. And then there's all that fun shit. They pay the guy that towed the RV out of the ditch. They talk about dumping the bodies there in the desert. Walt says that people have seen them, so that's probably not a great idea. And then the RV struggles to start, so Walt devises a plan to clean up the mess they've made and then part ways for good. And then the camera pans to the gas mask that Walt threw in the first episode, actually in the intro. And then we cut back inside the RV and realize that... We realize at the same time that Walt and Jesse do that Crazy 8 is still alive. And so...
Real quick, has Jesse peeked the mic at this point? I can't remember if they've had that
think so.
conversation.
I don't know. I'm actually not sure what... Do we know... Well, do you know what conversation it is where he peeks the mic?
Yes, it's when Walt suggests that they bring the RV to his house. And just goes, no, man, not my house. And he peeks the mic.
I think that did happen, yeah.
It's like,
I
didn't notice it on the first watch through, and then I saw something about it online. And every time I see that clip now, that's all I can think of.
Listen, good audio engineers, they can cover it up real good unless you're like listening with headphones.
Yeah, there is also the fact that as Jesse's screaming that, Walt is also talking. So, like, it's just got to be a mess for the audio department there.
At my house!
Nash, it's doing the Gygus thing again. Can you...
Gygus?
I'm just...
Do you mean like a Geiger counter?
No, I mean like
no,
Gygus.
It's an enemy from
Earthbound. His
game.
fucking boss theme is literally just a mesh of random ass sounds. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh, the final boss. Okay, I know
yeah,
who you're talking about. Yeah.
So anyways, post intro, Walt wakes up on the bathroom floor. He's still fucking naked. Skylar's knocking, asking if he's coming out. And then at breakfast...
But I thought he was the one who knocked.
Dude.
Oh my...
That is so relatable, waking up on the bathroom floor naked.
I don't even want to know the context. What the fuck? So yeah, at breakfast, Walt is very awkwardly explaining. He's like, yeah, so I was told the other day that I guess a bunch of the girls, when they're submitting their senior photos, they keep going to this one photographer because they could go wherever they wanted. They keep submitting photos for the yearbook that show cleavage, and
Wow.
Skylar's just sitting there like, what the fuck? And Walt just keeps
Truly
going.
riveting stuff.
And Junior chimes in and he goes, well, there's this thing called, I think it's the Wonder Bra.
Yes.
That would be how like some of that's happening. Because Walt wraps up by saying, it's even happening to the small busted girls that have cleavage showing.
Oh my god. Oh,
But
that's
just
such a
like,
weird thing
Walt,
to
these
say.
are teenagers. And
That's
you
just-
are 50.
it's
Such
one of
a
those things,
weird
like,
thing
the
to
hell?
say.
It's a weird conversation to have. It's even weirder when you're talking about it with your fucking son and your pregnant
And
wife.
your wife.
But yeah, the entire time Skylar just looks incredibly like uncomfortable and unamused. And then when Junior... Go
Honestly, it makes sense at this point.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But it is. I just think it's really funny that as she's sitting there, Walt just keeps going, and she's just kind of like awkwardly nodding, like, yeah.
Doesn't know when to stop.
And then fucking when Junior chimes in and he's like, I think it's the Wonder Bra, she looks at him like, how the fuck do you know that? So I'm trying to look at my notes. Jesse calls the white residents from there.
Jesse!
And it pretty much, I think it is, the phone starts ringing and they all ignore it, or Walt starts to ignore it. And then Jesse calls and he's like, hi, Mr. White. This is, like, Drew calling from AT&T. We're just trying to make sure that you're happy with our service. Walt fucking springs up, grabs the phone, and he's like, hi, hello.
Jesse, you know we use T-Mobile.
Jesse, I'm on Verizon Wireless with 5G, Jesse.
5G!
Don't you dare mention AT&T in this household, Jesse. Swear to God, you'll end up like Emilio. He kills Emilio with his fucking
for using AT&T.
with his 5G waves from Verizon.
For using AT&T.
So Jesse berates Walt for leaving the RV at Jesse's house and not sorting out any of what they're going to do with Crazy 8. So Walt plays it off like he's actually on the phone with a salesman. And Walt whispers to Jesse, as Skylar is rounding the corner behind him, that they can sort this out after he gets out of school. And then Skylar approaches to listen in, and then Walt ends the call pretty quickly. Skylar asks what it's about, and Walt's like, don't worry about it, and basically deflects. And he awkwardly goes in to give her a kiss, and then she turns her head, so it ends up being a kiss on the cheek. And then Junior and Walt both leave for school, so Skylar picks up the phone and redials the number and gets Jesse's answering machine.
Oh no, I completely forgot about this.
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what the numbers are, but it's like 3 to the 1 to the 8 to the 9. Representing the ABQ. What up, biatch? Leave it at the tone. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Why? Walt, we're back in school. Yeah, we're getting there. I can't wait.
Oh my god, I fucking hate that scene.
I love
Skylar
that.
White.
So
Yeah,
It's so dumb.
awkward.
I
So dumb.
love the memes. I like the memes. The scene itself is really dumb.
The scene itself.
Sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
So we're back in class. Walt is teaching again. This time about chiral imaging and isomers. I think this is one of the only times in the season where he's teaching a lesson, and the lesson itself is not relevant to the plot. It's more or less
I think
the content of what he's discussing, if that makes sense. Like basically, looking at it in an abstract way is more the focus. He explains that much like the left and right hands are mirror images of each other, they are also exact opposites. He then explains, after getting distracted and trailing off twice, That thalidomide is another good example. While one version of the drug helps with morning sickness, the other will make sure that a baby is born with horrible birth defects. He then uses the quick examples of active and inactive, good and bad, and then he stops and freezes again. And then there's a student that asks if this will be on the murder. And then Walt asks again. He's like, I'm sorry, what?
Oh yeah.
And then he hears it correctly this time. Will this be on the midterm? And, well, I'm trying to remember exactly what his response is. He's just like,
Yeah.
Jesse!
no, well, yes, yeah, well, no, okay, maybe, it might be. I'm not, just make sure you know, like, alright, make sure you, and then I think the bell rings and they all leave.
Cool.
So yeah, I think the obvious like little note / takeaway is that I think the whole good and evil mirror imaging, I like it's pretty apparent that I think the point is it's meant to sort of be the contrast of him and Crazy 8. So yeah, and then we have Walt visits the lockup again and steals some sulfuric acid. That'll come up later.
Hydrofluoric acid. Sulfuric acid is not weak, but
I think I'm okay. Maybe that might be a fuck up in my notes, but I have
yeah,
sulfuric.
I know he steals hydrofluoric acid.
Huh. Okay. I must have looked at the wrong thing or wrote it down wrong. Oops. Anyways, so Jesse is looking through the junk drawers and checks his black eye when he hears the RV door open. He grabs a bat and realizes that Crazy 8 has fucking gotten up and escaped the RV. And we cut to Walt driving down the street. Walt is driving down the street and he crosses paths with Crazy 8. He literally does a double take. He's like, I'm fucking sorry, what? He turns around and tries to scoop him up, but Walt announces his presence, and Crazy 8 runs away and then hits a tree and knocks himself out.
This is all very, very, very conveniently timed.
Yeah, that's the note that I've got. It's
If
kind
Walt
of
rolls
insane.
down the street 5 minutes later, Crazy 8 just escapes.
What was the plan if Crazy 8 didn't take himself out? Like, I know Walt's in a car, but
Yeah, like how would he have gotten him in the car?
as we've established, it's like he'll probably chase him, but I don't think Walt will do much of anything else past that. He might. I don't know how you coax him to get in the car.
Cookies, meth,
Free Wi-Fi and candy.
methamphetamine.
Tell him you lost
The
your puppy.
V-Bucks.
So, yeah,
Crazy 8, I got this crazy $8 Fortnite card if you get in my car.
Walt, got some V-Bucks for you.
Yeah, literally.
So yeah, Walt grabs Crazy 8 and puts him in his car, and then goes to Jesse's house. Which I guess this is the other thing. This also happened in broad daylight, and no one noticed.
Yeah, I really don't like this entire
I'm not crazy about it.
scenario.
You're not
Walt
crazy
has
eight
to
about
get
it?
lucky. I'm not.
Oh.
Yeah, Walt has to get lucky at every single opportunity for this to work out the way it does, and
Little
him
bit.
not to immediately get spotted and the police called on him.
No, it's perfectly planned, perfectly timed.
God, I wish I could find the image, but the next scene is Skylar looks up Jesse's phone number online,
Oh my god.
and she finds his website where he talks about marijuana and MILFs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember the line, what the hell is a MILF? And then she looks up and she's like, what?
Yeah.
All
Walton,
the search results are just her.
Oh God.
oh no. So we cut back to Walt and Jesse. They're watching over Crazy 8 in Jesse's basement. Walt and Jesse argue over Emilio being dead and Jesse not stopping Crazy 8 from wandering down the street. Walt asks for more details on Crazy 8, but Jesse can't really tell him much of anything since he mostly worked for Emilio. Or with Emilio. Walt asks Jesse if he thinks Crazy 8's... I'm sorry, let me fucking read that again. Walt asks if Jesse thinks Crazy 8 can be reasoned with, but Jesse outright says that, yeah, considering what we did to him, I don't fucking think so. I'm trying to remember how he phrases it. He's like, "Oh yeah, I know we gassed you and killed your cousin, but if we let you go, is there any chance you won't come after our families? No Colombian neckties?" Yeah, no, I can't say as though I've got high fucking hopes of that happening.
Yeah, I understand why they do it. Walt's just looking for any way out, but it
Yeah.
really is like what Jesse said. He's like, "What the fuck are you thinking?
Yep.
In what world does Emilio not kill you and your family?"
Yep. Walt and Jesse both realize that Crazy 8 is conscious and could be searching for weapons, so they've got to go back down to the basement and stop him. Jesse runs to the garage and grabs his bike lock off the motorcycle. There's a detail I really like, which is he tests it on himself first to make sure it would work. Most shows wouldn't fucking do that, and it would piss me off. But they did it, so bravo, Vince. Jesse locks up Crazy 8 with the bike lock, and then he and Walt head back upstairs to talk over what to do. The two argue. Jesse blames Walt and says that this was his deal, but Walt pushes back. Jesse asks about the phosphine gas having a delayed reaction, but Walt says that isn't going to happen. Or he isn't sure that will happen to Crazy 8 if they just leave him like this. And Jesse loses his cool. Walt shifts the convo by focusing on Emilio's body being out in the RV, just waiting to decompose. So Walt recommends dissolving the body in acid, which Jesse seems mortified by. And Walt suggests they work together to solve both problems, or they split up and tackle one problem each. Walt settles who does what with a coin flip, which is his idea, by the way. Jesse asks to dissolve the body after winning the coin flip. I'm sorry. Jesse asks to dissolve the body immediately once the coin flip is proposed, and then Walt goes through with the coin flip. Jesse wins, and then he chooses to dissolve the body. And again, it's just one of those things like neither of these two seem fucking equipped to do any of what they're doing right now, and yet here we are.
Yeah, no.
But it's one of those things like it's a good little character thing for them. Good character moments for the both of them. We're doing decent with development and all that. So Jesse calls Walt because he's been sent grocery shopping, quote unquote, and he's asking questions about the kind of container that he needs so that he can dissolve the body and all that. Jesse gets frustrated by Walt being dismissive after Walt says, "You skipped, clowned around, or otherwise jerked off through every lecture I ever gave. So as far as I'm concerned, your chemistry education is over." It's just one of those things that's like, damn, well, I mean, go off, but you kind of need him to do this.
There are a lot of moments where Walt is just outright like mean to Jesse for no reason.
There's a lot of them in season 1. It's fucking insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Jesse asks if Walt has killed Crazy 8. Walt's like, yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working up to it. Jesse...
About Walter being mean, I think it kind of sets up his kind of power complex that he's got.
I think I definitely agree. Where was I? Oh yeah. Jesse suggests thinking about killing Crazy 8 like he's doing him a favor, but Walt hangs up and doesn't say anything. Jesse grabs a container that Walt told him to get, and then tries twice to put himself in it without being super obvious about what it's for. So he ends up pulling it into a different aisle out of view of other shoppers and then throwing himself in it. And we are back at Jesse's house once more. Walt is checking out different weapons. He looks at a knife, then a hammer, then a gun, and then he considers a plastic bag. And then as he goes to kill Crazy 8 with the bag, Crazy 8 calls out, and that is enough for Walt to be like, you know what? I don't want to do it. I can't do it. Crazy 8 asks for some water, so Walt grabs 2 jugs of water, a bucket, and makes him a sandwich and gives it all to him. And then Crazy 8 asks what happened to Emilio and if he's dead, but Walt doesn't answer. Walt heads upstairs, calls himself a coward, and and then smokes some of Jesse's weed after trying repeatedly to roll a blunt.
And failing like 20 times.
Yeah, Jesse comes back and he's like, "Oh my God, Mr. White, you're smoking. Wait, is that my weed?" When asked, Jesse says he didn't buy anything, so both of them have gone through the steps to solve the problem and have done nothing to fucking work up to it at all.
Wow.
Walt leaves for a doctor's appointment, which pisses Jesse off because he's now got a fucking dude just in his basement. So Skylar has gone in for an ultrasound with Walt, and they learn that the baby is a girl. Walt says that he hoped it was a girl, but Skylar jokes that he won't say that when she's 16 and dating. And Walt, his face just says all of it. He doesn't actually say anything. It's one of the...
Because he's not gonna be around.
Yeah, it's one of the moments of subtext in... the first season, I think, does a lot with subtext. The later seasons, probably not as much, but that was one of the moments that both times I've seen it, I was just like, damn, that... It's a lot to think about early on, but yeah, it is sad. The doctor leaves and Walt starts acting weird, so Skylar shifts her demeanor and asks Walt, who is Jesse Pinkman? Skylar gets Walt to admit that Jesse called this morning, and she asks if he is one of his former students, since the info on his website, I'm sorry, I can't fucking read, says he attended JP Wynn, which is where Walt teaches. Walt brushes it off, but Skylar doesn't let go and keeps pressing. Who is he to you? Why is he calling? What is this big secret you seem to be discussing with a druggy burnout? You don't come home last night until 2 a.m. You don't tell me where you've been. You spend the entire night in the bathroom. Walt, tell me what's going on with you. Don't you think you at least owe me that? Who is this Jesse Pinkman to you? And
my secret gay lover.
Walt's response is just fantastic. He basically is like, Jesse sells me pot. Also, please, for the love of Christ, if you could, I'd really appreciate it if you could climb out of my ass. Please, just for right now, just climb out of my ass. And yeah, I think they leave it there. It's not fantastic. We're back in school again, and Walt is with his class. They're taking a test, and then he randomly says stop, because I believe he's just mulling over everything that's happening. He's not actually doing anything. And then he says out loud stop. The entire class stops what they're doing and looks at him. And it takes Walt a little bit, and then he's like, oh, shit. Stop in about 15 minutes, and then they keep going, and that's just the scene. Which again, like, small little things that we're doing to sort of build up the tension of them killing Crazy 8 and him getting rid of Emilio. Just small little things that I think are really kind of neat. Jesse is in his house smoking and watching the Three Stooges, and we hear Crazy 8 in the basement. Jesse psychs himself up to dissolve Emilio's body. He runs to the RV, holds his breath, and there's just flies buzzing, and then the smell is clearly enough to overpower him as he drags the body out of the RV. And then Skylar arrives out front to tell him off for selling weed to Walt. Does anybody have anything to say about this?
My name is Skylar White, yo.
This scene is fucking dumb.
White, yo.
Even beyond the cringe, like, the scene is just dumb.
Yeah.
The fact that Skylar doesn't see the body is, again, just extremely lucky.
It's either incredibly convenient placement of the body and movements by both her and Jesse that makes it so that she can't see it, or she is just literally oblivious. Also, I was thinking about it as I was watching it the second time. I think it gets worse because if Skylar is literally 30 seconds, maybe a minute later, she will see him moving the body.
It's one of those things, like, I can believe that this would happen this conveniently. I believe that could happen.
Yeah.
But why would you do it that way. You can write this in a way where it's not all convenience.
I almost prefer he gets Emilio's body inside. He's about to dissolve him. And it's
And
one
then
of those
Skylar
things that's,
walks
yeah, and
up.
then she, well, not even, like, just have her knock or ring the doorbell, and he's like, fuck, okay. And even have him, like, he runs to the door, he thinks it's Walt, so he starts going off, and he's like, who the fuck are you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's something you can do there, but again, like, the idea that she's a minute late, if she sees him with Emilio's body, it's over. The show is completely done.
Yeah,
Like that, I
they're
think more
never like getting away with this.
Nah, like at that
You
point,
can't get away with it.
we don't even get that moment if this happens. Yeah, so Jesse drags Emilio's body up to the bathroom and dissolves it. Actually, I'm sorry, does someone want to say Skylar White, yo? That whole thing?
My name is Skylar White, yo. My
Wait,
husband
wait,
is
wait, hold on.
Walter
Wait, no.
White.
You gotta start. You gotta start
Oh,
again.
yeah.
You gotta start again. Sorry, I gotta get the.
All right.
Sorry.
My name is Skylar White, yo. My husband is Walter White, yo. Mm-hmm. Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
This is art, Mr. White.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Yeah, so anyways, Jesse drags Emilio's body up to the bathroom.
John Lennon! Kill John!
Oh, I was like, what the fuck is that? And dissolves his body in the bathtub. He tosses the guns he and Crazy 8 had to. And the whole time he's complaining about what Walt's done. And I have the quote here. Yeah. Let's go to your house. That makes perfect sense. Let's completely screw up your house so you'll never want to spend another night in it. Sure, why not? Yeah, and how about I send over my psycho bitch wife to, break your balls and threaten you? God, that would be hilarious, And then, the killer in the basement, the one who's completely my responsibility. Hell, let's just let him live down there. Just, I don't know, make sure to feed him 3 times. I'm sorry, just make sure to, feed him 3 times a day. Sure, why not? It's been really amazing. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've always dreamt about, melting bodies. It's just like, fucking Christ, dude. And after melting Emilio's body, Jesse smokes again, and then Walt shows up. And Jesse immediately goes off. He's like, so, you got a brother-in-law in the DEA? And he brings up Skylar's little visit. And Walt says that it was preferable to tell Skylar that as opposed to the truth. Jesse then complains about, he's like, why did you wanted me to go buy a fucking plastic bin when I've got a perfectly good tub,
Oh yeah, he did it in his tub.
bathtub that I could fucking dissolve him in, and Walt takes off and Jesse follows. And they just see blood and acid dripping from the ceiling, and it eventually collapses. Blood, organ, and guts are everywhere, and Walt is like, yeah, that stupid bin that I wanted you to buy, hydrofluoric acid eats through wood, metal, ceramic, and then he lists off 3 other things, but doesn't eat through plastic. But yeah, your perfectly good tub, and the scene fucking ends. And then
This scene really surprised me when we first watched. I did not expect that level of gore.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere this early in the show.
Yep. And then the ending, out in the desert, 2 little kids are playing, and then they find,
A ghost?
Walt's discarded gas mask. And the little girl puts it on, and we fade to black. That is episode 2. Any final thoughts before we move on? Thank you.
The end of the episode is basically the kids finding out what the point of the mask is.
Oh my god, shut the
0 out of
fuck up.
10. No Saul.
That girl
no
at the
Mike,
end is
no
literally
Gus.
me.
That's what the mask is.
Okay. Hello, welcome back. Where we just got to episode 3.
I will be right back.
Alright. So episode 3 opens with 2 figures in aprons and gloves scooping up red goo, wiping it off the camera. While they're cleaning, Walt has a flashback, I guess is probably the best way to phrase that. In the flashback, Walt, and I have in parentheses here, who looks like Shaggy, is writing down numbers on a chalkboard while talking with a woman. It's Gretchen, as we later find out. About the chemical makeup of a human being. I didn't write down the exact numbers. I probably should have. But I do know that the number that they come up with is 99.888042% of a human's chemical makeup is accounted for. With Walt musing that there must be more to a human being than that. And then we cut in between the present day and the flashback continuously. Walt and Jesse keep cleaning up. Some of the acid drips down into the basement in front of Crazy 8 and sizzles as it lands. And then Walt dumps the bucket of bone and acid blood into Jesse's toilet. And so the first question that I had was, would the acid blood not just eat through the ceramic of the toilet too?
So how acids work is that they get weaker.
I was
the
gonna
more
say, I know they
dissolve.
get progressively weaker, and I wouldn't know the effect that water would have on it, but it was just something I was thinking about. I'm like,
Wouldn't water dilute the acid?
I would think.
Yes, it would dilute it, making it less effective.
I,
Walt's
yeah.
a chemist.
You know what I mean, though? It's just one of those things. It's like, oh yeah, fucking idiot. You put it in your bathtub, fucking puts, literally minutes later, if not maybe an hour or two later, puts it in the fucking toilet.
And Mythbusters found out that it wasn't enough. There wasn't enough hydrofluoric acid to dissolve through ceramic.
I kind of figured that, but anyways, Junior and Skylar are painting the nursery while Marie sits there and watches, then complains
Like a
about the
baby.
way that her shoes make her look.
Well, real quick, have we seen in that scene you just talked about? Did Walt and Jesse do the kiddie pool hose?
No, I
Thing?
think that's the next scene.
Okay. I have some words to say about that scene when that comes up.
All right. Well, when we finish this one, I will give you the floor. Junior gets a call from Lewis and answers it with "yo," and Skylar just
Yo.
looks at him like, "Are you fucking serious?" So he leaves to take the phone call, and Skylar point blank says, "Okay, can you just please not say yo? You can't know how much I fucking hate that." Marie critiques the painting, and Skylar very annoyedly tells her, "Yeah, you're more than welcome to come up here and help." And Marie's just like, "Nah, I'm good. You should have Walt do it."
You should have your terminally ill, cancer-filled husband help you.
Well, like, I guess in Marie's defense, she doesn't know, but
Oh, sorry.
at the same token, it's like, I don't know, you might want to help your pregnant sister and her disabled son paint a room.
Yeah,
fucking
right after
asshole.
you told her, you shouldn't be on ladders, Skylar.
Yeah,
And then
that's-
immediately
that's the other
you
thing.
don't help her get off the ladder.
Yeah.
Bitch.
This is what I'm talking about. Marie's such a bitch in the first season.
Yeah.
And then they just make her a normal person out of nowhere.
Speaking of out of nowhere, Skylar then says that she's working on a short story with a stoner character. And then Marie gives her a look, and so she backs up, and she's like, "Well, so you tried your fair share of pot in college." And Marie's like, "I occasionally smoked."
Dabbled.
Yeah, something like that. And basically Skylar's like, "So what I guess repercussions were there to smoking?" And Marie's like, "Well, I think mostly it affected my mood at most." And she says it made her more serious. Which just, like, in the context of this scene and every other scene she's been in so far, I'm just like, right. Skylar remarks that she only remembers getting lightheaded from it and musing to herself.
That sounds like something that like a drug dealer would tell like a 15-year-old to get them to
Yeah,
serious. Like, oh,
yeah, it kind of does.
it'll make you more serious. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Like it reminds me of like when Corey would say, "Oh, I smoke because it relieves the stress that I have." And
Yeah,
like, oh yeah, you're really stressed out. I guess.
your stress as you do no extracurriculars and fail most of your classes. Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of stress comes with that job, okay?
Listen.
You don't know. You don't know the life of doing nothing.
It's like
and
if
how
you smoke
stressful
this,
that can be.
you'll be more serious. It's like, whoa.
Right. Anyways, so yeah, Skylar's like,
Oh my
yeah,
God.
I only remember getting lightheaded from it. And then she wonders to herself if that would account for other changes. And so Marie's like, you talking about Walt Jr.? And Skylar's like, what? No, this isn't real. This is like for a story I'm writing. That's it. That's all. That's it. Shut up. Idiot.
Idiot.
So anyways,
You don't do hardcore drugs, idiot.
Cam, we're at the Walt and Jesse being outside spraying each other, so go for it.
Okay. There is not a worse way to spray DNA evidence all around your surroundings than to hose down plastic covered in blood. There's no more efficient way to do it other than like putting blood in a squirt gun and just spraying it. This puts so much of Emilio's DNA just all over Jesse's yard. And like I get that nothing ever comes of this, but wow, these two are fucking stupid.
Yep. So yeah, the scene. Walt and Jesse are outside. They're spraying each other off with a hose, and they're both standing in kiddie pools. And then once they're back inside the house, Jesse grabs his meth and a pipe and starts smoking in the bathroom. And then Walt dumps a bucket of Crazy Eight's shit.
Remains, I guess.
Oh no, he's in the basement with Crazy Eight. So this is literally just the bucket of waste.
Oh, that's right.
Different kind of waste.
Yeah.
So I wrote down the exchange because I think it's kind of important. Would anyone, if I copy and paste it into the chat, like to read for Walt in this scene? Okay. All you need to do is, I think it's the stuff in parentheses, and I will take the rest.
Look at me. Hey, turn around. Look at me.
Actually,
This
hang on.
here.
I'll do the. Actually, you know what? You do Crazy Eight. I'll do Walt. I'll do the stuff in parentheses.
Okay.
Sorry.
Look at me. Some of these are stage directions.
Yeah, I know. Ignore those. Walt
Okay.
turns around.
Look at me. Hey, turn around and look at me. This
Pulls on
here?
the bike lock.
here. I wouldn't do this to my worst enemy. This is degrading.
I'm sorry.
You hope I'll make it easy and just drop dead, don't you? But I won't. So either kill me or let me go. But you don't have to. You don't have it in you, Walter.
How do you know my name?
Jesse, he told Emilio and me. I came by to sell your meth.
So what? Did you threaten it out of him? Did you beat it out of him? Whoops.
Not even close.
What else did he tell you?
Pretty much everything about you. Pretty much everything you could think of. You were his high school teacher. One time you taught about carbon dioxide by making grape soda in class. You have a son who's not very nice word or in a wheelchair or something. It shouldn't have come across as some newsflash. That partner of yours, he's got a big mouth. Walter, I don't think you know. I don't know what you think you're doing, but trust me, this line of work doesn't suit you.
So I should just let you go then? Just unlock you and adios, huh?
I don't see what real choice you have, but it's between that and cold-blooded murder. Besides, your real problem's sitting upstairs.
And so, yeah, I wrote that all down because as it was starting, I'm like, ooh, there's some interesting stuff in here. And I just, again, like this entire thing, I love. It's literally just Crazy Eight's doing everything he can with the with the information that Jesse gave him to not only try and exploit it to save himself, but also potentially pit Walt and Jesse against each other. It's just I really like that in terms of especially considering what happens to Crazy Eight moving forward.
Later.
Yeah.
Will
I
be this
really-
episode, won't it?
Yeah. I really don't like how stupid they are characterizing Jesse to be.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really not a fan of how dumb they're making him. Especially since this doesn't stay at all consistent as the show goes on.
I guess that's the
He
thing.
acts significantly
Oh, God.
smarter for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
But this first season, he's the dumbest person alive.
Well, I think you can almost make that work as Jesse is incredibly, I guess, consistently well, probably not the best word to use, but consistently stupid throughout the first probably season, maybe season and a half, and then through the time that he spends with Walt and through the time that they're building up their quote unquote empire and all this other shit, he eventually grows from being a reckless common criminal to he's a lot more careful with the information that he gives out and what he does and how he presents himself and all that. I think that would have been fine, but the show doesn't really address something like that as far as I'm aware, that it's more or less just Jesse changes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyways, Walt, after that scene, angrily breaks into the bathroom and snatches the meth out of Jesse's hands. And then he's fighting with Jesse to get him off the toilet so that he can dump it. Jesse tosses the drugs outside and then runs out to go get it. Walt chases him and falls down the stairs in a coughing fit and has to give up. Jesse gets in his car. Walt catches up with him, and they argue. Walt is angry that he's like, "Yeah, you didn't follow my instructions. That's why everything's going to shit." And then Jesse says, "Oh well, Heil Hitler, bitch." And he basically is like, "We flipped a fucking coin. That was how we decided who did what and how we were doing
That's
this.
sacred.
The coin flip is sacred." And then he gets in the car. Walt tries to throw him out, and actually, I think Walt does pull him out at some point or something like that. And as he's getting in the car to leave, he has to climb through the window because he can't get the door open. And the last words in this scene are, "Your job is waiting for you in the basement, as per the coin. Fucking do it already." Yeah, so anyways, I really like the exchange between these two.
I like that they keep it very vague so that it's believable that nobody, like, called the fucking cops on them.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because I guess that's the other thing. I've seen a lot of shows do that, where they have characters just explicitly say that they've done illegal things in public. Out loud. It's like, cool, thanks. So Marie is out shoe shopping, and she gets a call from Hank, who's still on the job. And he's mid-call yelling at a bunch of people to fucking stay on the ground. Marie tells Hank that Skylar implied that Junior was smoking pot, which she did not at all. And asks Hank to help out, and Hank immediately defers to, well, it's Walt's kid. We should probably leave it to Walt, right? I think Skylar can take care of it. And Marie talks him into it, and he's like, "All right, fine. I guess I can figure something out. I'll take care of it." So Marie is then yelled at for trying on a pair of heels without wearing footies, and then the woman that did that leaves to go check something in the back, and then Marie just steals the shoes, which I guess is set up for something later.
It's set up for a thing that literally just appears and goes nowhere.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that in this show.
Yes, it's unfortunate. But anyways, so Hank brings Junior to a motel Hank calls the Crystal Palace. It's a dirty and disgusting fucking shithole. It's called the Crystal Palace because the place is occupied largely by meth heads. I'm pretty sure most of us probably could infer that by the name, but just to make sure anyone that's unfamiliar. Hank then says that they all likely started by smoking pot and gives the gateway drug speech. Hank then calls over Wendy the hooker over from a vending machine and asks her to talk to Junior. But she interprets this as Hank asking her to have sex with Junior. Hank asks her to Hank asks her to show her teeth, implying that she's been using a pipe instead of a needle. Hank asks if Wendy the hooker started with pot, and she asks if Hank has any, so he yells at her to fucking get lost. Wendy the hooker goes back
all
to
of
her
Hank's
room.
interactions with Wendy are fucking golden.
I
They are
love
all
this
so
entire
funny.
thing. I love the. So I'm gonna guess you started with pot. And she's like, "Why? You got any?" He's just like, "Get the fuck out of here."
It's
yeah,
so fucking funny.
She goes back.
Early Breaking Bad is so much more funny than
It's
the later
funny.
seasons.
Yeah, if anything, it's funny.
Yeah. There's a lot of like just humorous things in the first season that it's like, man, if it stayed that way in the later seasons, I don't think it would fit nearly as well. But fucking hell, like I don't know. There's kind of a charm to like this scene.
Yeah.
And I mean, even to a degree, like the awkward hand job scene. Like, I don't know. There's something there.
I wouldn't call that charming.
I'm not. I wouldn't say it's charming either. There's a sort of comedic aspect to it that I'm like, okay, whatever, you know. At the same time, it's still awkward as fuck, but. So yeah, she goes back to her room. Jesse's inside. And he yells at her to close the door, and he's like, "So did that guy ask about me?" She says no, and then they have sex. And this is the second time that I gotta bring it up, because especially now that we've shown another meth head that has terrible teeth. Aaron Paul has some really good teeth for a meth head. So anyways, back at Jesse's house, Walt is making a list of reasons to kill and spare Crazy 8. And I believe he has a bunch of reasons to spare him, and it's things like the basic appeal to, like, he's a human, murder is wrong, things like that. And the only thing that I believe is on the reasons to kill him list is he will kill you and your family.
Yeah, a bunch of weak beta poo-poo stinky head stuff. Just kill the man.
For real.
Just do it. People die
He's not
every
being
day.
very Sigma making that list.
Listen, Walter White is no Patrick Bateman. Let's just get that out there.
They're both me.
They're both me. What the fuck? So anyways, Walt calls Skylar. He's like, "Yeah, I'm at the car wash. Bogdan's keeping me here late to do inventory." And Skylar goes quiet, and Walt, I think, keeps talking, and then he's like, "Hey, are you there?" And then you can kind of hear her. There's a moment of silence where she's like, "I don't know how I want to approach this, but fuck it." So you're at the car wash, huh? I seriously doubt that, considering you quit 2 weeks ago. And then she says, "Yeah, I called Bogdan to figure out where you were one night, and he gave me quite an earful." And then Walt says, I can come home and we can talk about it. And Skylar goes, "You know what? Wherever you are right now, how about you stay there for the night?" And then hangs up. Or, I'm sorry, Skylar hangs up, really. And then Crazy 8 calls out to Walter and asks for something to eat. So Walt makes him a sandwich, cuts the crust off since Crazy 8 doesn't like it. And on his way to deliver it, he has another coughing fit and collapses. And he drops the plate right in front of Crazy 8. And Crazy 8 stands over Walt in the broken plate. Like, he literally, I guess I should rephrase, he is laying on the ground, quote unquote, sitting on the ground, however the fuck you want to say it. Walt drops the plate, and Crazy 8 literally holds the bike lock in a certain way so that he can stand up as quickly as possible. Um, and so I noticed it this time around, and I decided to go frame by frame to confirm it. And I think it's kind of
Oh
funny.
goodness.
So in the shot where Walt drops the plate breaks into 4 pieces, and then we cut back after I think Crazy 8 rises up. The plate is then in I think 7 pieces.
Yeah, there no part of the plate went anywhere near him,
No. Well,
which
like
leaves
the
me
other
very
thing
confused
is,
as to how he gets the shard.
well, and that's the thing. Like what I'm saying is, the shard that he picks up can't be like it can't form. The plate is it's split into 4 pieces. It's done falling. Like it's in its resting spot. So it's kind of it's like that ain't gonna happen. But okay. But yeah, it's just one of those things. I saw that. I'm like, how the fuck did you mess that up? Literally, just have Walt fall, cut away to Crazy 8, and cut back to the plate.
Well, they might have to done multiple takes. So why do both over again when you can just cut it? I mean, it's just a little detail like that would just mess it up.
Well, right, but what I get what you're saying. I'm just, I guess, from my perspective, what I'm getting at is like, just maybe don't show the shot of him dropping the plate at all. Just have him fall. Maybe we see him drop or let go of the plate, and then just
Yeah,
cut
but
back
don't
to the
show
plate.
the broken plate.
Yeah, just cut back to the plate in the pieces that you need it to be in. Because that's the thing. It's like, I don't think it's a huge detail. It's just kind of funny that it like he drops the plate. It's in 4 pieces. We cut back, cut to Crazy 8, cut back, and suddenly in the same spot, it's now in 7 pieces.
I will say the fact that things like this are our biggest criticisms really does speak to how strong this first season is.
Yep. So, anyways, yeah, Walt gets up, gets his bearings. And Crazy 8 said he honestly wasn't sure if he was gonna make it out, or wasn't coming back, rather, because Walt was unconscious for about 10 to 15 minutes. Crazy 8 asks if Walt gassed himself too, but Walt admits to Crazy 8 that he has lung cancer. And I guess this is important. So this is the first person that Walt has told he has lung cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he leaves to go get another sandwich. He scoops up the plate fragments, throws them out, grabs all the supplies that he needs to make the sandwich, and then he spots a 6-pack of beer and he grabs that and brings it with him. Crazy 8 seems unsure about eating the sandwich, but Walt assures him there's no poison, which is kind of funny because he hands him the sandwich. Crazy 8's eyeing it, and Walt's just like, "There's no poison." It's like, okay, thank you. Like,
Well, it's one of those things. It's a scenario where it's like, oh, well, that sounds like something where someone says, like, I'm not a Nazi. And it's like, well, that's something a
Yeah.
Nazi would say. And it's like, yeah, but it's also something someone who isn't a Nazi would say.
yeah, it's just
And
like,
it's like, no matter what, it's going to come off weird if Walt confirms or
I'm not a
denies there's
Nazi.
poison.
like I guess that's the thing. Like, I understand why he says it. It just comes off as kind of funny that he's just like, it's totally not poisoned, Lamau. It's like, thank you. I guess I'll take your word for it. So yeah, these two decide to. Actually, I'm sorry. Before I get to them talking, Crazy 8 says, "Yeah, that would be the way to do it. What with you being a chemist and all." And then they sit down. Walt asks him some questions about his life. Notably, he asks his name and where he's from. So Crazy 8 immediately says his name's Domingo, and then asks, he's like, you know that doing this isn't going to make it easier to kill me. Not that I'm complaining, but... And then Walt's like, yeah, I'm kind of looking for any good reason not to kill you. And then reiterates what Crazy 8 has been saying, that basically he's like, yeah, this isn't me. You're right. I don't have it in me. Crazy 8 reassures Walt that he would be safe if he let him go. Which is one of those, like, trust me, bro, it'll be fine. It's like, okay. And then admits that anyone in his situation would say that, but he truly means it. It's like, yep, alright. Walt starts to walk away, but Crazy 8 admits that he's from around Albuquerque. And so, yeah, from there, he's like, yeah, I wanted to study music, but my dad talked me out of it. And my parents own Tampico Furniture, which is a furniture store near, I guess, in town, rather. Walt and Crazy 8 both sing the slogan that's used in advertisements for that store. And then the two of them talk about Walt's cancer. And Crazy 8 asks if Jesse knows, but Walt says no one else knows but him. And Crazy 8 seems kind of like confused by that. And he asks again, sort of to get confirmation. He's like, you haven't told your family? And Walt says no. And then Walt admits that he's not even remotely ready for that conversation. And Crazy 8 puts together that Walt is cooking meth in order to leave money behind for his family. Crazy 8 once again reiterates that Walt is not cut out for this line of work. And Walt decides to leave and get the key to the bike lock. He gets the key, tosses his beer can in the trash, and then he realizes what Crazy 8 is likely planning to do. And so he's got to reconfirm and get confirmation. He scoops the broken plate fragments from the trash and then reassembles the plate, and it becomes pretty clear that there is a piece that's missing. Walt starts to freak out and he goes down to the basement to finish the job. Key in hand, he goes to Crazy 8 and he's like, yeah, so I guess I'll let you go now. Do you want to turn around and I can do that for you? So Crazy 8 does, and then he's like, yeah, and then as soon as I open it, you're going to just stick me with that plate piece, right? And then he uses the bike lock to strangle him to death while Crazy 8 continuously tries to stab him. And then eventually Walt has to put his leg on the pole to stab him. And then eventually Crazy 8 collapses and dies. And Walt is devastated by the fact that he's now killed someone. And so, out of that whole thing, I think the biggest gripe that I have is Walt, who has just now realized that Crazy 8 is going to try and kill him, still goes down to the basement with the thing that can free Crazy 8 from the bike lock and potentially lead to the deaths of Jesse and his family if he escapes.
Yeah. I'm not crazy about him announcing to Crazy 8 that he knows what's going on. But then again, it's within like half a second of him choking him out, so I don't really think it's that big a deal. But the bike lock, I think, yeah, is really stupid.
It's
keeping
one of those
the key with you.
Things that, like, I would imagine probably the best way to do it would be Walt is walking down the stairs, he puts the key in his pocket, or Walt is on his way down and he literally just plops it on a table or something. Because again, having that key with him, there's so many things that can go wrong. If if Crazy 8 again, if he is able to get that key and successfully kill Walt, or at the very least get that key.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, like, it's
Walt
just...
is fucked.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably already dead at that point, but, like, now his entire family's dead, too.
Yep. Well, at the very least, like, he will kill Jesse when Jesse comes home. Or at least try to.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Jesse returns home and finds that Crazy 8 is gone and the bike lock has been left behind in the basement. Oh, and I guess I should throw it out there. The exchange between Crazy 8 and Walt leading up to Walt finally killing him and all that, and then the revelation of the broken plate. Like, I love all of that. I think that's really good for both of them. Kind of showing the duplicitous nature of, I don't know why I'm blanking on the name, Crazy 8. And kind of showing that Walt is eventually going to have to change and sort of become like him. Kind of that idea that they were talking about earlier about the, I can't remember what the hell it was, like the mirrors of each other.
Yeah, the chiral something.
Yeah, I can't remember what the fuck it was. Chiral imaging or something like that. Now that you say it. Anyways, whatever. So moving on, Carmen shows up to take control of Walt's class since Walt is feeling under the weather. and that's literally all that scene is. So I'm kind of confused as to like what importance it serves, but whatever.
I guess it's to show that Walt like took the day off because he's really, really not feeling great, even if
Right.
it's not physically that he's not feeling good.
It's just one of those things. Like I get what the point of the scene is. It just felt really weird that it's like literally I think like a 30-second, maybe minute long scene, if that. And it literally is just
Yeah.
Walt decided to go home. Like, okay. Hank and Gomez investigate the fire that Emilio started in the first episode, and they find the car, and then they both come to the assumption that it was likely a camper that was used as a mobile meth lab that was here. They accidentally fucked up, started a fire, and then everyone fled. And then they get confused as to why Crazy 8 would have left his car out there. But Hank assumes that they must have ditched the car because there's some sort of drugs in there. I believe it's this scene. Gomez is like, yeah, I checked. There's nothing in here. And I think Hank starts looking around for it. He's like, no, there's got to be something. He opens the stereo and then finds a bag of meth. And the detectives are also given the gas mask by the kids that found it. So that is now a plot thread that we're going to have to follow up. And so from there, Walt's Pontiac is on a freeway overpass, and we cut back to his flashback from earlier in the episode regarding the missing chemical makeup of a human being. And Gretchen says, "What about the soul?" And Walt laughs, but then he kind of contemplates it when he sees that she's serious about that. And then he looks back at the board and he says, "There's nothing but chemistry here," which I think is twofold. I think he's flirting with her, but I also think he's dismissing the point that she's trying to make, which is that, no, it's only chemical shit that's up here. And I guess this is the other thing. I also think the question of, well, what about the soul? Wouldn't that count in making up a human being? I think that might... It's one of those lines, like, I don't think this is a Bravo Vince moment where it's like, oh man, you had enough foresight to throw this in here. But I think retroactively looking at this after the fact, it is one of those things that's kind of neat. The idea that a lot of people do say that Walt is pretty much soulless by the end of this. That, he really does only care about himself. He got consumed by being in the game and making money, doing what he did, all that. But yeah, it was just one of those things that I think is really neat. And so a loud motor draws us back to the present, and Walt drives off. And then the final shot that we have, or the final scene, is Walt returns home, being as careful and quiet as possible. He sets his bag and his keys down, and then meets Skylar in the bedroom. She seems to have been crying. And he stands there and says that he has something that he needs to tell her, and then we fade to black. So, before we move into episode 4, is there anything you guys want to say? Any lingering thoughts or anything?
Pretty sound episode, for the most part at least. I think this is a good episode to really showcase, like, our grievances were so minor.
Yep.
Because it was such a sound episode. There's not a ton to complain about for the majority of this first season.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the consistent thing with this and Better Call Saul. I think most of both shows, there really aren't a ton of things that I'm like, oh, that, we got to talk about that. Except for the last season of both shows, I think there's some issues we'll have to definitely get into, but we'll get there eventually. So yeah, anything else, or are we good to go?
I'm good to go.
Ian, Anthony, Nash?
I'm good. Yep.
Okay. So episode 4 is Cancer Man. We start with Hank running a DEA meeting, and I believe it starts with a joke that he's like, all right, Operation Icebreaker. And Gomez is like, you mean like the breath mint? And basically those two have an exchange where he's like, all right, well, fuck you. I guess I'm not calling it that. I guess, whatever. And so from there, basically what we learn is Crazy 8 has disappeared. Hank reveals that Crazy 8 was a street-level guy that they turned into an informant. And we learn about his role as a mole for the DEA. And Gomez says that every small-time dealer he'd throw at us, he'd end up snaking all their customers. So basically, Crazy 8 was kind of in an interesting position that he could exploit his position as informant to benefit himself and get rid of people that were in his way. And then this is
really
where...
confused about that logic, though.
What do you... Wow.
He's a DEA informant. How is he getting away with continuing to just make money and do illegal shit all the time?
I guess that's fair. I think they would probably write it off as a necessary evil in order for him to keep working for them. Because I guess that's the thing. It's like, as long as he's still giving them people they can arrest, but at the same time... Like,
I would think that would be a deal breaker for them. It's like, yeah, but you still have to play by our rules.
Well, and that's what I was going to say, is like the idea that he's, like Gomez says, snaking all of the old customers. It's like, I don't... That might be a deal breaker, yeah.
That should definitely be deal breaker for a law enforcement agency.
So yeah, we get confirmation that Crazy 8 did in fact rat on his cousin and not Jesse. As we saw in the pilot episode, the presumption is that since he's missing, as Hank put it... I'm sorry, since he's missing, and as Hank put it, and I quote, his car was found out in the boonies, that Emilio found out that Domingo ratted on him and wanted revenge. Hank does point out that he found meth in Domingo's car, and when it was tested, it came back as the purest meth that the lab had ever seen. Gomez says it was 99.1% chemically pure, and Hank jumps off of that, suggesting that the meth was likely cooked here in Albuquerque. And I was thinking about that. I'm like, so what info would he have that would confirm that? And I guess more or less it would just be a hunch, but whatever. And then they talk about the gas mask that was found at the crime scene, which is being sent to Quantico to see if they can pull anything off of it. But Hank warns the room that there are new players in town, and he believes that Albuquerque has a new drug kingpin.
And during this, we see one of the weirdest shots of the entire Breaking Bad universe of Walt just brushing his teeth, and there's just toothpaste all over his face.
Yep. Yeah, Walt stands over a grill. Actually, no, I think you're thinking of a different episode. Because the next one I've got is Walt is watching a grill.
Well, no, Walt brushing his teeth happens while Hank is saying that stuff about the drug
yeah,
kingpin.
never mind. You're right.
It's supposed to be like a really weird juxtaposing visual, and
Yeah, where it's
it
like,
does that very well.
We got a new drug kingpin, and then he's just in his room, like, listening to Kids Bop or something. So anyways, yeah, post-intro, Walt is standing over a grill, and he's just watching I almost said the children, the chicken burn while he spaces out. And Hank walks up to him, and he's like, you're gonna burn the chicken. It makes a joke to Skyler that they're gonna need new chicken, and then Hank, Marie, Skyler Jr., and Walt all sit down for dinner, and Marie asks about the type of mayonnaise in the coleslaw, but Skyler doesn't really seem very keen on talking about that. Talk eventually turns to how Hank asked out Marie, and then how Walt asked out Skyler. And so I wrote down the exchange between Junior and Walt. And I think there's only one quote from Junior during this entire thing, but whatever. So Junior says, Mom was a waitress at Los Alamos, and Dad said that thing to you. Which, it's one of those things like, Mom was a waitress at Los Alamos. It's like, yep, okay. The second part of that, and Dad said that thing to you. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
I mean, it means he said that thing.
It's like, okay. So yeah. Actually, hell, Ian, you haven't talked much. Do you want to take this quote? Anthony, either one of you?
What quote?
Yeah,
I'll
I'll take it.
send
Okay.
it to the group chat right here. All right. Should be there whenever you're ready. There isn't a...
You want me to read? You want me to read this whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. Your mother actually wasn't a waitress. It was a summer job, and she was the hostess, and she also worked the cash register. And I used to go in there a lot because it was close enough to the lab that I could ride my bicycle. And once I noticed her, it got to be so that I would only go in when I knew she was working. When it was slow, she would lean against the counter doing her crossword puzzles, but kind of hiding it, right? Pretending that she was still working. And once I caught on to that, I would do crossword puzzles while I ate my grilled cheese sandwich. It got so that every day at lunch we would both be doing the New York Times crossword puzzle 10 feet from each other. And eventually, I caught her looking over at me, so I began saying, "Excuse me, 14 across, 7-letter word for whatchamacallit. Can I ask what you wrote down?" And well, that got us talking, and boy, I tell you, I was terrible at those puzzles. I don't think that I finished even one of them, but your mother would do them in ink.
And so after that story wraps up, they talk for a little bit, and then Skylar just breaks out sobbing. She leaves as Marie is like, "What the fuck's happening?" And Skylar's just like, "Ask him." And so Marie then asks Walt, and Walt very reluctantly admits to her, Junior, and Hank that he has lung cancer and it's really bad. So later in the night, Junior is listening to music in his room while Hank, Marie, and Skylar all grill Walt in the living room. Walt admits that he's known about his diagnosis for over a month now and chose not to tell anyone. Hank wonders how lung cancer is possible if Walt didn't smoke, but Skylar is like adamant that it was the chemicals that he worked with when he worked in an applications lab a few years back. But Walt dismisses that as a possibility, basically saying he's like, "No, we always took the necessary precautions. It couldn't be that." So Marie asks what the next step is for Walt, and everyone starts making decisions for him. Something Skylar is thrilled about, basically talking about, "Oh, you know, we'll get you to go see this oncologist, and we will make sure that we can have Marie reach out to a couple people, and make sure we can get you the best treatment possible, and yada yada yada." Walt doesn't seem very thrilled by this at all. Skylar goes to get Junior, and Marie goes with her. Hank and Walt are alone, and Hank takes the opportunity to promise Walt that no matter what happens, he will always look after Walt's family. And Walt sort of grimaces at that idea and doesn't really say anything back. And it's kind of interesting thinking about that when we get to the end of the show.
I think Walt's face when Hank says that is just, it is very telling of how Walt feels about the idea of somebody else doing, quote unquote, his job.
Yep.
Somebody protecting his family. That's his job because he's the man of the house. I mean, that's even reaffirmed when he talks to Gus for the first time in the super lab. And it's like, well, if you're making these decisions for your family, then they're not bad decisions. You do what a man does and you provide. And that's how Walt sees himself. So the second that somebody else suggests, well, I can take care of your family, he just hates hearing that.
Yep. So yeah, Jesse is hanging out with Combo and Skinny Pete in his house. They ask if Jesse has any crystal, and he admits that he does, but for health reasons, he's been laying off using it. Combo and Skinny Pete, I almost said Keat, fucking hell, I can't read. They both decide that they want to leave since Jesse won't supply them, but they stick around when Jesse changes his mind. And the next morning, Jesse has resumed smoking meth, and he's become increasingly paranoid, which is exactly why he told them he didn't want to smoke it in the first place. He sees two people walking down the street with grenades and machetes, and I believe he fucking runs out of the house. And we cut and see what they really are, and it's just two people with pamphlets.
Yeah, it's like these two teenage missionaries.
Yeah. So yeah, Walt patches up the cut on his leg using peroxide and other antiseptics to clean it up and rebandage it. He gets dressed and notices that on his pant leg there's some blood that has seeped through. And as he tries to clean that stain, Skylar approaches the room and knocks and asks if he needs any help. Walt leaves the bathroom and finds Skylar on the phone with a doctor. She's scheduling an appointment and silently asking if they can charge it to a credit card. Skylar seems really happy about the appointment when she's explaining it to Walt, but Walt just kind of seems very... I think for her it's supposed to seem like he's coming off as passive. For us, it's very clearly he's uncomfortable. He really doesn't want to do this. Walt gets even more upset when he hears about the deposit that they're going to have to put down for this appointment, which is $5,000. And he basically goes off and is like, why are we paying all this money for something that I already know? Skylar says that they can borrow from Hank, and Walt is very much adamant that they're not doing that. Skylar suggests that they ask Walt's mom for help, and he seems annoyed at that idea too. So Skylar kind of shifts that a bit, and she's like, have you even called her to tell her yet? And he says no. And she walks up to Walt and says, don't think about the money. The money's not an issue, which is funny because, I mean, that was not only Walt's first concern here, it seems, but it was the biggest concern for him in the beginning of the show. That's, I mean, the entire reason why he's doing this is to financially take care of his family. And in a sense, he is right that is an incredibly big issue for them, and she's just kind of sidestepping it, but I digress. Walt says he will find a way to take care of the deposit by borrowing from his pension. Once we cut to Walt grabbing cash from the nursery vents and losing some of the bills, Junior walks into the room. And Junior gets upset and asks why Walt keeps acting as if nothing's wrong, and then leaves Walt alone in the nursery and the bed. The camera pans to the crib, which has a Tampico sticker on it, which I think is a neat little touch. The only thing I think I would change in that is the Tampico sticker is facing us and not Walt.
I mean, he still knows he bought the crib there. He makes a point of that in the third episode.
Yeah,
so he would still probably think of Crazy 8 anytime he looks at that.
I guess that's fair. Moving on. Walt is driving down the street and spots a cop car approaching in the distance. There's some sirens that blare, and he gets paranoid, and then he gets overcome with relief when the cop passes him completely. Walt arrives somewhere and waits for a truck to leave so that he can pull into a spot. But I'm literally just going to call this guy Ken Wins, because I don't know what the fuck else to call him.
That's what most people do call him.
Yeah. Ken Wins pulls right into the spot and steals it. And then inside the bank, he's incredibly loud over the phone. And Walt very, annoyedly looks at him and angrily watches him from afar. And then Ken gets up to the window and makes a comment about one of the tellers, which makes everyone else around him incredibly uncomfortable. Walt hands the teller the money and asks for a cashier's check for the full amount to be sent to the Oncology Partners of New Mexico. And we move on to... Inside of a small house, a family of 3 seems to be enjoying a nice, quiet dinner. And they are disrupted by the sound of metal clanging nearby, seemingly from the backyard. They head outside, and the demeanor shifts when they realize that it's Jesse. His dad seems really angry, his mom seems disappointed, and Jake seems sad.
Yeah, I'm gonna come out and say it. Until they kick him out of the house in, I think that's season 2. Jesse's parents really aren't as bad as people say. At least not in this first season. I think they're some of the more understandable characters in the first season.
I think they're absolutely understandable.
I actually made a note about them. I really liked their interactions in the first season.
I do too.
I think they become actual downright horrible people in the second season, but
yes,
in the first season, I'm on their side over Jesse's.
Mm-hmm. They have every reason to be paranoid of what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, they make it very obvious that they have dealt with this dozens of times over multiple years. And at this point, they're kind of just over it because you have to stop. Like, you have to just quit at some point.
I think they say explicitly that they've dealt with him multiple times at one point, too. I'm pretty sure that's in my notes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's one of those things, like, I put it in here. I kind of wish we got more of them.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, like, I think his interactions with Jake would be interesting, because I completely forgot he had a brother until I was rewatching.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
it in my
he's not-
notes that Jake is in this episode and then fucks off for the rest of the universe. He's so out of place.
Honestly, he's not in a lot of the show, but when he is, it's pretty impactful, I think.
Yeah,
I like him being in the show. I wish he was in it more. But you could say that about a lot of characters. I wish we got more of.
Yep. So anyways, we cut to Jesse laying down inside of his old room. There's a bunch of old drawings, toys, photos, and all that sort of shit. He crashes on his bed. We transition from night to day and then back to night. And we cut to downstairs. His parents are discussing his sudden appearance and why he's here. And I didn't get exact quotes because it's so rapid. I didn't think there was a point. But Dad is very quick to say that if they allow him to stay, I'm sorry, he quickly asks if they're going to allow him to stay. And Mom is basically like, I think we could under the condition that he attend meetings at church. And I get the very distinct impression that Dad is very much over dealing with Jesse. And Mom is more sympathetic, but she's coming around to the idea that she kind of can't keep, I'm trying to think of the right word, basically accommodating and caving to Jesse.
Appeasing. Maybe.
Yeah, appeasing is probably the right word.
Yeah, they can't always be his safety net.
Yeah.
Whenever he messes up.
So yes, Jesse comes downstairs and he asks when dinner is going to be done. I think Mom said, Mom tells him it'll be done in an hour, and then she's like, "Oh, your clothes look a little bit lived in. Do you want me to do them?" And he's like, "Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it." Which I think is very much just Jesse in general, like fucking reply. There are plenty of pregnant pauses before Jesse walks away, and the conversation picks back up. It's just one of those things. Like I really, really like these little scenes between him and his family.
Mm-hmm.
Dad says to Mom they're not going to be doing this again, and they argue. He argues. He's like, "Yeah, we said we would lay down the law. We need to lay down the law." And we need to be consistent about it. And then they follow Jesse out to the dining room, and they see him setting the table for dinner, and then they walk away in silence. It's just one of those things, like, I want to say that scene is, like, maybe 5 minutes, and we've done a lot already.
Oh, yeah. I really like what we do with Jesse's family.
Inside of a science lab, Junior is looking through a microscope, waiting for Walt. And he refused to take the bus. Actually, I'm sorry, let me back up. Walt's like, "Aren't you going to take the bus home?" And he goes, "No. I'll wait here. I'll wait for you." And so, in between bouts of silence while Walt is, I think he's grading tests, it looks like. Walt eventually says that he believes things sort of have a way of working themselves out. I don't think Junior has a reply to that. But again, like maybe a minute-long scene. And it's just one of those things that reaffirming that Walt Jr. really cares about his dad. It's just one of those things that I'm like, ah, cool, okay.
We actually get to see characters interact, and we don't have to infer a relationship that's developed or exists.
Yep.
Unlike certain other shows that come out. The Last of Us. Sorry, I have a cough.
Who?
That's a bad
Call
cough,
me Walter White the way I'm be coughing.
You haven't passed
Where
out
I'd be
yet,
laying on
though.
the floor.
Call me Walter White the way I'm bald.
Call me Walter White the way that I'm making meth and watching women
Killings.
choke to death.
Yes. Call me Walter White the way I help dissolve a body of a child after my friend murders him.
Fucking Christ. So anyways, back with Jesse. Jesse sits with Jake in the Jake's room, and there's the pretty clear juxtaposition between the two of them. That's I mean, Jake literally in appearance and as far as his room, he seems cleaner, he's more distinguished, more accomplished, he's smarter. And I guess to a degree you could maybe say duller. Like, I think most of his room is literally just trophies, medals, and I think like actual pictures, whereas Jesse's is pretty much just toys, memorabilia, quote unquote, from his childhood, stuff like that. Drawings, all that kind of stuff. And it's just, Jesse seems almost like he had more of a childhood, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think they went a little over the top with making Jake like the perfect child.
I think so.
But I get what they were going for. I think they just went a little too far to where he seems almost more like a caricature than a character.
Yeah.
Until he gets like really talking to Jesse.
I think the thing that does it for me is the clothing. I think the clothing's too much.
Yeah.
That, like, even just having the concept that Jesse's like, say Jesse's clothes are stained or something, and his brother's got maybe similar clothes and they're just clean. It's like, I think that's enough. But the idea that he's like constantly dressed like he just walked out of a fucking like Sherlock Holmes novel where he's investigating a rich family. It's like, you don't need to have the caricature of like a middle class rich person.
Yeah, he really does come across that way. He looks like he's playing a live action Bruce Wayne before his parents die.
Yep.
That's almost what it looks like.
Oh, I was gonna give him a send off, but I guess that's it for Ian. All right, we will keep going, and if any of you guys have to jump out, feel free to either cut me off or shoot me a text, and we will give you a little send off and get your final thoughts on the season. So anyways, Jesse is sitting in Jake's room. They're talking about all that. There's the juxtaposition. Jesse says that they should hang out more often. Mom pokes her head into the room and asks how they're doing, and then she opens the door, like, completely, and kind of just stands there listening. Jesse's like, yeah, we're doing fine. And Mom's like, oh, yeah, okay. Jake, what about you? Is everything all right? And once she finally gets that response from Jake, she leaves the door wide open. Jesse immediately takes note of all of that. And again, it's just one of those things that's like sort of playing with subtext. And then Jesse immediately calls some of that out. So I can't give too much credit, I guess.
I think this is an instance where the lack of subtext makes sense, though.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesse's like, why? Basically, he's like, I can't believe they view me as shittily as they do. And Jake says whatever and is just ready to move on to something else. But Jesse says it's them being paranoid and that he'll warp the mind of their favorite son. And Jake's like, really? I'm the favorite? You're all they ever talk about. Which is one of those things that I find interesting, but we don't really
I
do much
found that
idea
line to
what's.
be incredibly interesting too. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot to like break down in just that line alone in terms
Oh
of
yeah,
like how
for sure.
Jake views Jesse, how Jesse's viewed. Like
Well, and
I was like, wow.
yeah, and going off of that, I think one of the bigger things that kind of struck me about that line in terms of the scene is because it really kind of irritated me. I'm like, so Jesse's actually involved trying to learn more about his brother and talk with him the entire time Jake is on his computer trying, like, he's engaging,
To
but it's not
ignore
nearly
him.
as much. That yeah, it basically does come off as if he's like ignoring him. And then you have that line and I'm like, "Oh man, maybe that's why." But at the same time it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit more we could have done with that. Um okay.
Again, it just if Jake was in more of the show.
Um so I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, so the next scene actually shit. Sorry. I've got like 4 different things going on. Yeah, I really do wish that Jake was in more of the show. And I guess that's the thing. It's like, do I really I don't need Jake to be like a main character, but having him be a recurring thing, having Jesse maybe like periodically, especially in seasons 2 and 3, as he's at the lowest points in his entire life, having him maybe not stop at home considering the way that his parents treat him moving forward, but at the very least maybe keeping in touch with his brother. It's like that'd be something. Um
Yeah. I know his absence in El Camino in one scene is
yeah.
very like a very big problem I have in the movie. But obviously that is nowhere near season 1 of Breaking Bad, so
Yeah, well, and it's one of those things that's like he sends a letter to Brock, but not his brother. But again, that's
yeah.
a whole other thing. Um, so Jesse stands alone outside the house and smokes. He goes inside, then returns to his room. He looks through his old toy chest, messing with some of the toys inside reminiscently before finding a stack of old drawings. Eventually, he finds a chemistry test that he failed when he was in Walt's class and laughs at the drawing on the back, which is literally Mr. White getting fucked in the ass by something. He stares at the comment Walt left on the front, which I believe is just ridiculous. Apply yourself, which echoes, I think, what his parents want for him, and sort of the sentiment that Walt has kind of had throughout the first couple episodes, I would say. I mean, he's not explicit with saying it, but the idea that he's like, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that, you know, all this time later, while you're out shopping, I have to teach you about chemistry because you couldn't fucking pay attention then. Stuff like that. Um, Jesse then gets a call from Combo, who says that he has a cousin with some rich friends who are interested in buying the meth that Jesse let him and Pete sample the other night. Which the interesting thing with that is when they get that call, or when he gets that call, Jesse pretty much says point blank, he's like, yeah, if you want another free sample, you can fuck right off.
Yeah. You're gonna start paying me for this since basically he doesn't say it, but you get the sense of everything I went through to get this. I'm not just gonna give it away.
Um, yeah. So the next scene we've got is Walt gathers the money that the vent blew away, and then the doorbell rings. It's Jesse. They go into the backyard, and Walt asks Jesse very annoyedly why he's there, and Jesse tells him that he's basically like, it's fine, I waited for the ball buster to leave. Jesse eventually asks Walt about cooking more, and Walt tells him to leave and never come back. So Jesse holds out $4,000, which is Walt's share of the meth they sold, and then he throws it into the air, saying that he didn't smoke it all like Walt said he would. And then the scene ends with Walt grabbing a pool net and scooping out the money that fell into the pool.
I had a note for this scene, which was, the fact that Walt and Jesse don't just happen to want to start cooking again at the same time, that they actually are put in scenarios where they come to the conclusion that they want to start cooking again at different points.
Yep.
I think is really good. Instead of, our circumstances drove us to want to cook at the same exact time, so now we can team up again.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, there's actually a delay between Walt and Jesse wanting to start cooking again, and it makes it it's just a small thing that makes it seem a lot more realistic.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think you and I have talked about it before, but that delay feels a lot more realistic, and it's one of those things. The way that they do it with Jesse is also a good way to do it too. That Jesse, at the point that he wants to cook, it's still something that it's going to transfer over. That it's not like it necessarily a heat of the moment thing. That it's like, oh yeah, right now I want to cook, but you didn't want to cook, so we're not doing that. That it's something that transfers over when Walt is ready, which is nice. Anyways, moving on. Walt gets his second opinion during the conversation. Skyler seems more concerned with survival, whereas Walt is more focused on the terms of that survival, which I think is interesting considering the conversation I think that comes up in this episode. Back at Jesse's parents' house, there's a maid that's cleaning one of the rooms, and they find a blunt in a small plant. Jesse's parents confront him about it, and he insists that he knows nothing about it. Jesse is then asked to leave, and he calls a cab, and as he's waiting outside, Jake approaches him and thanks him for not telling on him, then asks for the weed back, and Jesse crushes it and then leaves. And that is the last, I believe, we see of Jake.
I do gotta say, I know this is 2008, but like, it feels so weird to see people treating weed as if it's this hardcore drug, and it's on the same level as like heroin or something.
I don't even think we're at the worst offender of that, but I would agree.
Yeah, it just feels so weird to see people talking about and looking at weed like it's this absolutely horrible thing, the worst thing you could put in your body, and it's like not that serious. But then again, it's 2023 right now, so that I'm sure informs a lot of it.
Yep. Skyler looks through cancer pamphlets while Walt watches TV with Junior. Skyler wants Walt to start a treatment plan, but Walt would rather discuss it. Wants to discuss it instead, which catches Skyler off guard. He argues that it would cost at least $90,000 out of pocket, and if he dies, he leaves her with all that debt. He closes it off by saying that he doesn't want emotions ruling any of their decisions, and then Junior chimes in with, "Why don't you just fucking die already? Just give up and die."
Base Junior.
Walt has a coughing fit in the car and pulls over. He coughs up blood and watches Ken Wins pull into the gas station, yelling at an old woman who I believe is too slow pulling out of the gas station or some shit like that. It's something ridiculous. Walt takes it upon himself to get out of the car, put a glass cleaner on Ken Wins' battery, and walk away from the explosion. And so, I mean, I think the obvious thing is fucking super excessive.
Right.
But
it is so unnecessary. It's so stupid.
Right. And at the same time, it's kind of incredibly lucky that Ken happened to be here.
I think the even luckier thing is that nobody saw Walt and called the cops on him.
That's
another
great point. Yeah.
The fact that Walt just gets away with this is absolutely insane.
A little bit.
The fact that he even does it is absolutely insane. This is something I could see season 4 Walt doing, not season 1.
When he literally
I mean,
he
he
did
pretty
it
much
because he
does
stole.
do it.
He literally stole his spot and made a comment about a woman and then yelled at an old woman, and that justified destroying his car.
Yeah, and like Anthony said, I didn't even think about that. Season 4 Walt does blow up a car.
That's a good point.
Just out of
actually.
nowhere.
Yeah.
And I think almost the exact same way as he does this.
Pretty close,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, because I think it's newspaper in the gas tank, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, real quick, any last thoughts about episode 4?
Nope. My biggest
You know, I
complaint
think-
was the blowing the car up thing.
Yeah. Nash?
You know, I think episode 4 was really, pivotal. It was the first Star Wars, but still it really, it really came through with the story, Luke and, Uncle Ben dying. I just thought it was
Uncle Ben.
a real big
Uncle Ben.
moment.
I don't think Walt
Uncle
could have
Ben. I
gotten to
meant-
season 5
meant-
without Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben had
Whatever
to die.
this name, just Ben. It's just old Ben.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
Yeah, the guy who Sandman kills in the Raimi trilogy.
Fuck. Alright.
Shut up.
Cam, you got anything?
Nope.
And then
No, I'm good
Ian.
with episode 4.
Alright. Ian, 2 things. So first, any thoughts on the car blowing up, or do you more or less agree with what we said, or how do you feel?
I mean, yeah, I guess I pretty much agree with what you said.
Alright, fair enough. And
Yeah.
sorry, I know I had to call you back, but just real
Okay.
quick, thoughts overall on season 1, and if you had to give it a number out of 10, where would you put it? Just
It would
season
have been
1,
helpful.
by the way. not
It
the
would have
whole
been
thing.
helpful if I rewatched this, because like it's been a while, but from what I remember and from like refreshing my memory, I remember it being pretty good. I definitely don't think it's when the show gets like, to its peak. Like I mean that's obvious, but it's still a good. I still think it's a good first season, but there are certain story threads that we talked about that don't really go anywhere. But there are some really cool stuff though. Like we mentioned stuff with Jesse's parents that I quite liked. But yeah, I mean I like it. I think it's a pretty good first season. I don't know if I'd say a 7 out of 10 is like too low for rating the first season, but
Okay.
I guess yeah, I think it's like a 7 or an 8. I don't know. I also rate things like maybe too high, but I think a 7 was pretty good.
So are you saying, sorry, I probably should have thrown this in there. 7 out of 10, are you saying that for objective and subjective? I probably should have thrown that in there.
Oh, okay, yeah,
My
yeah.
bad. I should have said that.
I mean, there's a lot of really cool shit, just like in terms of like how the show is presented in this first season. Like it's not as good as the like later seasons, but or even as good as Better Call Saul, but like I think objectively maybe it's like a 7, and then like subjectively it's like an 8. But I have that's just coming off of memory. But
Okay. All right. I'm trying to think. Oh, duh. Is there anything that you wanna tell people listening about your channel, or no? Anything you're working on? Anything you want to do? Anything you want to talk about?
I have a couple videos that I'm working on, but none really like in particular. My channel is mostly going to be me uploading my short films, but it's also going to be me sometimes posting like analysis reviews or like retrospectives, but those are going to be like those aren't going to be as they're not going to be as consistent as maybe like me uploading my short films, but that's basically going to be what my channel is. But if that interests anybody, they can check that out.
Link is in the description. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Yeah, of course. Sorry that I wasn't really prepared enough to
No, hey,
like fully discuss things, but
that's all right. It happens.
I will try to be prepared for the next time we talk about the show.
All right.
There's no pressure.
I between
Yeah.
the copious amount of notes that Cam and I have, I feel kind of bad because I feel like we run the discussion a bit, but I guess that's sort of the point
That's all
being the
good.
host. But either way,
Yeah,
thank you,
of course.
and we will see you next time.
Yeah, see you.
All right. So, episode 5, Gray Matter. We open with Jesse sitting down for a job interview. He's hoping for a sales position, but the person interviewing him says that
Wait.
Jesse... What?
Do you think that gray matter is in reference to what Walt is doing? It's in a gray spot.
Yeah, I think it's a reference, obviously, to the company that he worked for, but I think it's also that he's in a gray spot, and he's eventually going to have to make that change or
A
decision.
gray matter.
Yes. Yeah, so anyways, the person interviewing Jesse says that the position he's hiring for would more or less be advertising, and that most people that they hire for their sales force have to have 2 years experience. And so he pulls the blinds, and we see Badger waving around a giant sign while dressed as a giant dollar bill. And after leaving the building, Jesse undoes his tie, and Badger calls out to him. And from their exchange, we learn that Badger is out on probation and is doing this job to prove that he is rehabilitated. Badger asks Jesse for some meth, which is always a great sign for rehab. And
Yeah.
Jesse says he hasn't done that for a while and is considering retiring. Badger pushes him more on possible retirement, basically saying, like, you can't do it, what you cook is awesome. And Jesse says that he had a partner who helped him, but his partner was an asshole, and remarks that pseudo is harder to come by now. Basically, is like I could cook, but even if I wanted to, and then Badger offers to set Jesse up with some pseudo and offers a partnership. And so I like that intro, but again, I alluded to it earlier. This is the part where it would be really fucking comedic for Jesse to have shit teeth, because he's well cleaned in this scene. He's literally in a suit and tie, hair is slicked back, and I'm just imagining him sitting there talking to this guy, and you just see the fucking meth teeth, and it's like, oh. Like,
I think my biggest problem with this scene is the fact that Badger literally says, "Yeah, I'm on probation. I'm being watched."
yeah.
I can help you cook meth though if you want. It's like, oh, that's a really bad idea.
Yep.
That is a really bad idea.
A little bit. So anyways, in the car, Walt and Skylar discuss a gift that they bought. Walt thinks it's stupid, but Skylar pushes back. They arrive at a party and stick out like a sore thumb because they're both wearing blue. And most everyone else here is in beige. They spot Elliot from afar and talk to him. Gretchen, Elliot, Skylar, and Walt all discuss the baby. Walt seems a bit unnerved by Gretchen's presence. Clearly there's some unresolved feelings there, and I as soon as I wrote that, I was like, oh, that's probably not the best way to word that, but I guess that's the thing. I think based on what the show implies, it seems like he kind of has an inferiority complex as far as his relationship with her to begin with. But that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later. And Walt congratulates them on a new patent that they just landed, which I think is the other thing that's interesting, is in the sense that, like, as far as what the story's trying to tell us, Gretchen and Elliot, what they're congratulated for is exclusively, this is a cool thing that your company just did. Whereas with Walt, the idea that, you know, he's the everyman family man, the accomplishment that gets brought up is, oh, you've got a baby on the way. I guess just sort of showing the juxtaposition there, I think, is kind of neat. Even down to the achievements that they're congratulating each other for.
Well, I think another really interesting thing about this whole conversation between him and Gretchen is him referring to gray matter as, quote, he says it to Gretchen, he says, your company.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really kind of interesting. The fact that he really does see himself as completely divorced from the company.
Yep. Which is interesting when that gets brought up later, because I think it's Elliot. Actually, it might be both of them throughout. They're, like, insistent that it's their thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that Walt is very much still actively a part of it. Or at least the door is open for him to be a part of it. So anyways, continuing on, Walt looks over some memorabilia that's hanging in the house, and it's one of those things, I think it's very clear what Walt is kind of upset about. Well, especially, like, obviously the show does more to contextualize this later, but it's literally just article after article of Gretchen and Elliot being congratulated for their achievements with the company and their work in the chemistry field and all that. And then, I mean, we kind of get something on that here in a second when he steps outside and there's someone that very quickly tracks him down and introduces him to a group. It's basically like, oh yeah, he's the white and gray matter. And from that we learn that Elliot's last name, Schwartz, means black, and Walt's last name is obviously white. So you mix them together and you get gray. And Walt is asked if he runs the company with Elliot, but the person that actually tracked Walt down is, like, very quick to point out. He's like, oh, no, it's just Gretchen and Elliot. Walt plays it off and says that he gravitated towards education. And I fucking love this response to that being said, and then Walt's response to that being said to him is, oh, you gravitated towards education. What university? And Walt just says nothing, sips his drink, and that's it.
Yeah. It's like, even when he finds someone who doesn't look down on him, they still look down on him.
Yep.
In a way.
Well, it's one of those things, like, I think Walt is almost his own worst enemy in that kind of regard. That I do genuinely think it's that inferiority complex of, like, they were my research findings, but Elliot exploited them. And granted, I guess at this point we don't know that yet. But there's also that idea of, with what we know now, oh, Elliot and I made this company. Elliot's incredibly successful. I am a struggling man who is about to pretty much die and lose everything. And on top of that, I work a job that is not at all, like, remotely satisfying to the career aspirations that I had. It's like, anyways, moving on. Elliot is opening gifts, and we start with a signed guitar that he was given by another guest. And then the framing of this it feels kind of weird to me, because Gretchen picks up a giant present that has a smaller present on top of it. That it's almost like the implication is, ooh, big present. And then Elliot's like, oh, the small one. I'm like, okay, I guess it just seems a little bit off to me, but I don't think it's anything, like, huge. Or I guess maybe not off, just, I guess, more telling of Gretchen, in a sense. So, yeah, Elliot opens Walt's present, and it is a package of Yum Good Ramen, which is a very personal thing for both him and Walt, since that was pretty much the only thing that they ate during the 10 months where they worked on their thesis. And Elliot actually does seem sincerely touched by this gift, as opposed to the signed guitar, which I think is another kind of neat touch.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, we cut to Elliot and Walt sitting there talking, and they're just reminiscing about the past. They mention...
Real quick,
yeah, go for
with
it.
the ramen, another like very subtle case of wordplay. When talking about the success of Gray Matter and all that, Elliot specifically says our success.
Yeah.
And when he's talking to everybody about him and Walt. I think it's things like these where Walt discredits his involvement in things, and you can clearly see that Gretchen and Elliot are very inclusive in terms of you did help make this. This isn't just our success. You did this as well.
Yeah, and I guess that's the other thing that's probably worth pointing out is I guess you could potentially argue it's like, well, Skylar told them about the cancer, right? So maybe it's that. And I feel like it's a lot harder to say that and to have that be the legitimate reason. Because it's one thing for Elliot to give his speech and then have every single time that him and Gretchen talk about it throughout be just, yes, it's our company in the sense that it's me and Gretchen. Or me and Elliot.
Yeah.
But it seems like every time they talk about it in this episode and in episodes coming up until, I mean, the time is brought up in season 5, that they are very much willing and able to, or willing and happy to include Walt in that.
Yeah, until that becomes a major danger to the company, like you said later in season 5.
Yep. Yeah, so anyways, the two of them are reminiscing, and they talk about someone that they nicknamed Snot Trough, and a professor who used to angrily rant about the Bunsen burner, because I guess they're something about how, oh, Bunsen didn't invent it, he just improved it, and he always did this hand-waving, like, gesture to try and dismiss people that said that. And they both mimic him, and then Elliot and Walt both admit that they've missed talking like this and catching up and all that. And Walt suggests that they get together more often. And it's here that Elliot's like, hey, you know, I think we could really use someone like you on some of the projects that we're working on. And at the same time, the implication with that seems to be that's also a way for you and I to keep in touch. So maybe you should do that. And Walt seems kind of taken aback. Elliot throws out several different reasons why Walt should take it and be a great addition to the team. And then Walt confesses he's like, I do have some personal issues that would make that difficult. And Elliot says, he's like, yeah, we can work around it. And Walt's still like, I don't know. Elliot then is like, yeah, we have great health insurance. And then everything starts to click. This isn't really a job offer. Or at least not entirely a job offer. It's more or less an opportunity for him to exploit the health insurance that they have to pay for his cancer, and he now knows that Skylar talked to him. And any thoughts on that before I move into the next scene?
I do think this is a great like showcase of Walt's pride in the fact that Elliot does bring up so many different good reasons why Walt should come back to work for them.
Mm-hmm.
And despite all of that, just because he sees this as a charity offer, Walt throws the entire opportunity out.
Yep.
I don't really blame him, to be honest. I might call me prideful. I wouldn't take it. I find it to be, I dislike it when someone else pays.
Well, yeah, I'm not
that
saying that it was bad. I'm saying it's a great show of how prideful Walt is.
Yeah.
It's a really good way to set it all up.
It's one of those things, like, really rewatching this season, I early on I can understand a lot of where Walt's coming from. At the same time, knowing where it ends up, it becomes a lot harder to be like, oh yeah, I'm sympathetic towards him. But
you know, pretty much post season 1, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Walt.
Yeah, so anyways, it's the thing that I think is kind of interesting, because I guess this is what I was thinking about when I was rewatching that scene, is the idea that, say everything does go the way that it does, even if Walt doesn't have the pride thing in it, like if that is sort of taken out of this scene, the idea that Elliot is basically like, yes, we have health insurance, exploit it, please. Like, that to me kind of would come off as like, so you don't actually want to give me a job. Even though, like, what you were saying, Cam, a lot of what Elliot brings up are things that are complementary to the fact that
Yeah.
Walt, in and of himself, is a very, very highly qualified person for this.
Like, to the point that the show almost goes out of its way to say, like, there's almost nobody more qualified than him.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Leaving the party, Walt is evidently pretty pissed off. And Skylar plays it off at first, which I think it's interesting to note that obviously the roles have changed. I mean, Skylar, and I guess this is the thing, I didn't notice it until this time through, but Skylar keeps talking and talking like Walt usually does whenever he lies. And Walt is just silent and annoyed, like Skylar usually is. Skylar says she spoke to Elliot, and he knew that something was wrong based on her tone, so he pressed her, and she ended up telling him. Walt doesn't believe it and says that he's not happy Skylar told people who aren't in their lives anymore about his condition, which is one of those things. I think that's the pride in his ego coming in. Further explaining that Elliot offered him a job with some face-saving bullshit to cover up the fact that when Walt to cover up that fact, and when Walt refused, Elliot flat out offered to pay for Walt's treatment. Which again is just, I don't know how it gets more transparent than that, but at the same time, I don't say transparent in a bad way. We're getting a lot across pretty efficiently with that.
Mm-hmm.
Back at home, Walt, Skylar, and Junior eat in silence. Walt and Skylar keep exchanging looks. Junior picks up on the awkwardness and decides to get up. Walt offers him a ride to school, and I think this is interesting considering I think it was the last episode or the episode before. But Junior says he'll take the bus, and Skylar and Walt are left alone. And then we cut away. Badger shows up just outside of Jesse's house with a large bag in his trunk. From his trunk. Jesse shows Badger around the RV. Badger asks about the bullet holes, and Jesse's like, "Oh, they're not. They're for circulation." Badger picks up the boiling flask, and I thought this was interesting too. He's like, a beaker. And Jesse corrects him the same way that Walt corrected him. And then inside the bag that Badger has, there are 3 bags of chips, which I believe are Funyuns, Cheetos, and then there's something else. And then a shit ton of cold medicine. And Badger also has a crossbow with him.
He's just a silly, goofy guy.
Yeah. But the bag of chips thing, I think, is also kind of interesting considering season 2. And again, it's like not a mind-blowing detail, but out in the desert, Jesse cooks with Badger, or I guess I say with Badger with massive air quotes.
You just cut out for like all of that until you said air quotes.
Oh, did I really?
Yeah.
Okay. Out in the desert, Jesse cooks while Badger screws around, and this is sort of, I guess, another way to kind of mirror the pilot. Like Jesse seems incredibly annoyed with Badger and his antics as the montage progresses, and the more that it keeps going, he's eventually just cooking by himself.
Mm-hmm.
And then we keep going with Walt and his family. Outside of a convenience store, Junior... I'm sorry, technically we're not with Walt, but just Junior. And 2 kids pool their money together for a 6-pack of beer and scout out who they should ask to pay for it. The 2 kids convince Junior that he should ask, and the guy that they ask... Because I think they turn away 2 other people that they were going to ask. And they're like, this guy. And then the guy that they fucking asked turns out to be an off-duty cop. Junior gets off with a warning, but it's to the credit of his quote-unquote dad as to why. And the camera pans, and we end up seeing that he didn't call Walt, he called Hank. And Hank is immediately like, what the fuck, man? You know how Walt is going to feel when he learns about this? And
Yeah.
that is that. And then Junior and Hank return home. Skylar says that she'll deal with him later, and then Hank joins her and Marie on the couches. Hank tells her to just let the beer thing go with Junior, suggesting that the changes in behavior have probably come from Walt's diagnosis. Saying, first the pot, then this. And then Skylar looks at Marie and Hank, and she's like, I wasn't talking about Junior, I was talking about Walt. Hank hears that, and he just laughs. He's like, I didn't think Walt had it in him.
Yeah, I think that's the most egregious example of like, wow, Walt had it in him to do pot, and it's like,
yeah.
I just love looking at it from the 2023 lens of it's like, yeah, that's just a thing that exists now.
I'm just imagining the bad version of that where it's like, oh man, Walt poisoned a kid. That's so
Yeah.
Walt. That's fucking insane. Skylar asks why Walt would refuse treatment, especially since it's being paid for by Elliot and the Gray Matter job, / the Gray Matter job, however you want to phrase that. And then Skylar pitches a family meeting style intervention for Walt to get everything off out and on the table. And I guess that's the thing. I quoted it as family meeting style intervention. Hank is basically, when she says that she wants to confront him, he's like an intervention, and she goes, no, like a family meeting. It's like, right.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's basically just semantics, but whatever.
I do have it in my notes. This will debut the best character of the entire show, the talking pillow.
Oh, yes, yeah. Badger congratulates Jesse on the way that the cook turned out, but Jesse's really kind of pissed off. It's too cloudy, and it's not supposed to be. Last time it was like glass. Badger brushes off the differences, but Jesse dumps the batch outside, which pisses Badger off. Then he says,
I'm not gonna lie, I really don't understand why Jesse just throws out entire batches because they're a little cloudy. I can understand they're not perfect, but
yeah, I get what
this
you're
is
saying.
Jesse.
I think the whole point is like they want this to be like, oh man, Walt is rubbing off on Jesse, and I'm like, I get that, but no, I'm with you. I really don't buy the fact that he would just toss. Well, I think there's a degree of that, but it's also what kind of kills me with this scene in particular is the idea that Jesse would toss the meth instead of selling it. Like, I understand that it's fucked up, but you can still get someone to buy it, and I think that's more or less what Badger's point is.
It's also significantly better than anything else on the market, even with it not being up to Walt's standards.
Right. Yeah, and the quote from Jesse, our customers are going to demand a certain standard. We'll just do it again until we get it right. And it's one of those things, like, I don't know how it gets more clear than that. They want Jesse to sort of be Walt in this case. And then Jesse goes back inside the RV. Badger's really fucking pissed off. He's scooping up little, like, pebbles of meth off the ground and blowing on them.
So stupid. Badger in general is just, he's so fucking funny in this episode because he's so dumb.
Yep. Walt returns home to see that Skylar, Junior, Marie, and Hank are all sitting there waiting for him. Skylar asks him to take a seat, and he reluctantly does. Then we cut back to Jesse, who is looking through another batch, still not pleased with how it turned out. And then Badger loses his shit and says, 3 pounds of pseudo wasted. Do you know how long I had to flip that stupid sign? And then he picks up Jesse and yells, helicopter bitch. And then waves him around the RV, and then they break a bunch of glass. And then he spills the container of meth.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jesse throws powder in Badger's eyes, shoves him out of the RV, and Badger loads the crossbow and shoots the back of the RV. as Jesse drives away. And it's one of those things. It's like, it's kind of weird that Badger like stayed in the show after that.
It's really weird. I think there's a throwaway line later about how they like talked about the fight, and it's like, no, this is something pretty major.
No.
You can't have a throwaway line explain why Jesse and Badger are still friends.
Well, especially when Badger like loads the crossbow and Jesse still hasn't moved. I'm like, are you gonna kill him? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Back at the White residence, Skylar is holding the talking pillow, the best character, best waifu, and asks
Talking
Walt
pillow.
to explain why he's come to the decision to not pursue treatment, since he feels it's not only not in his best interest to do so, but it's also not in the best interest of the rest of the family. Walt begins to respond, but Skylar cuts him off and says, I have the talking pillow. Skylar says that she understands that it's hard for Walt to accept help from others, suggesting it may be just the way he was raised, but that it's okay to lean on people every now and again. She finishes by saying that the only thing that can prevent him from treatment is Walt himself. Hank goes next, saying... Actually, does someone want to take this quote? This fucking banger quote from Hank.
I'll do it.
Alright, give me just a second.
All right. So Hank says, I know I don't get to say this much, but I care about you. A hell of a lot. And this cancer thing, let's face it, you were dealt a shit hand. But sometimes your luck can change. I mean, I can't tell you the amount of times I started with a shit hand and ended up with a full house. You gotta hang in there and keep placing your bets. Which is just a really great way for Hank to say fucking nothing
Yeah.
and sound like he's giving Walt advice.
So Hank then uses a sports metaphor about pride, which I'm going to have to paraphrase because I don't remember the full thing, but he's like, it's the bottom of the ninth, the bases are loaded, you've got a bum arm, there's no way you're going to hit a homer, so do you give the bat to the pinch hitter, or do you hold on to your pride and lose the game? And he looks at Walt, and he's like, do you know what I'm saying? And Walt's like, no. And then I have another Hank quote. Cam, take it away again.
You've got your pride. I get it. But this daddy Warbucks wants to chip in, man. I'm with your old lady on this one. I say take the money and run. Which, again, I really do love that Hank is directly calling out Walt's pride right now, because I think this is the only time besides Mike where Walt is really called out like this.
Mm-hmm. All right. I've got a quote from Junior. Would Anthony or Nash, would one of you two like to take it?
Yes.
Okay. I will post
Do
it.
I have to do the voice?
You don't have to. It's just the last quote here. This is bullshit.
This is bullshit. I did not hit her.
Oh my God.
I did not. Well, hi, Mark. Oh, sorry, wrong one. This is bullshit. I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off because you're being a pussy. Yeah, we're like ready to give up. What if you gave up on me, huh? This here, all this stuff I've been through, and you're scared of a little chemotherapy?
Then Junior gets pissed and hands the pillow to Marie. And Anthony, if you could.
Anthony's gotta be a woman.
The woman. Me
Me
personally.
me personally, I think you should do whatever you want to do.
I fucked up. I left part of my notes in there. Ignore that. And then you told us to be honest. 'Cause
You told us to
Skylar
be
gets-
honest, and Walt's the one with cancer. It's his decision. It's not up to any of us.
So I think it's pretty interesting because we get 4 pretty distinct viewpoints from all 4 of them. And I guess that's the thing. It's like
I
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, this is like one of the very, very, very few times in this show where I feel like Marie is absolutely right.
I was absolutely with Marie on this.
Yeah.
It's his
Um,
cancer.
Yep.
I don't think that anyone else should make that decision.
But again, like what I
I
really
personally.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna
No.
say what I really like about this is Skylar, Hank, and Junior are technically all on the same side at this point. All 3 of them have very different ways of going about it, and all 3 of their ways of doing it are, I think, within character for all of them, which I think is really neat. And then with Marie, I guess coming from the angle of a healthcare professional, which is the second part of the quote that I've got that I'll read off here in a second. I think it's really interesting seeing again all 4 of them tackle the same question about what Walt should do from different perspectives. And I know that sounds probably basic as fuck, but I've seen way too many shows and movies that have done it where it's like, oh man, X character has a dilemma, and they have like 3 people that will give them input on what they should do, and the input is always the same thing regurgitated by at least 2 different people.
Mm-hmm. Whereas here we do get the same thing, but we get the individual character. We learn a lot about them
Yep.
through how they express it.
Yep. Well, and like even from here, this is enough to spark a fight. So Skylar pushes back again, but then Marie continues. And I feel a little left out, so I'll take this one. I am a medical professional. I x-ray people in treatment every day. I see them every day. And you know what? Some of them are absolutely miserable. I'm sorry, but it's true. And some of them don't want to spend their last weeks or months being picked at by doctors, but they get talked into it by their families. And the thing that's interesting here is that is enough for Hank to completely change his stance. And basically at
Fair
this point,
point.
it devolves into a full-fledged argument amongst the 4 of them, while Walt just sits there awkwardly for a second. And then Walt whistles loudly and gets them all to shut up and get their attention. Would anyone like to take Walt's quote, or would you guys like me to do it?
You got it, Chief. I mean, he is your profile picture.
That's fair.
Yeah, you are the one who knocks.
I am the one who whistles. I've got the talking pillow now, okay? We all, in this room, we love each other. We want what's best for each other. And I know that. I'm thankful for that. But what I want and what I need is a choice. And I think Skylar chimes in. What does that mean? And Walt says, sometimes I feel like I've never actually made any of my own choices. I mean, my entire life, it just seems like I never, really had a say about any of it. Now, this last one, cancer, all I have left is how I choose to approach this. And then Skylar says, then make the right choice. Make the right choice, Walt. You're not the only one this affects. What about our son? Don't you want to see your daughter grow up? Her voice trails off. Walt says back, of course I do, Skylar. You've read the statistics. These doctors talking about survival. 1 year, 2 years, like it's everything. The only thing that matters. But what is it to just survive if I'm too sick to work, to enjoy a meal, to make love? For what time I have left, I want to live in my own house. I want to sleep in my own bed. I don't want to choke down 30 or 40 pills every single day and lose my hair and lie around, too tired to get up and so nauseated that I can't even move my head. And you, cleaning up after me, and me, some dead man, some artificially alive, just marking time. No. And that's how you would remember me. That's the worst part. So this is my thought process, Skylar. I'm sorry. I choose not to do it. And I believe that is the end of that. So Walt wakes up in bed alone. Skylar is cleaning a pan in the kitchen. And Walt hugs her from behind. And he tells her, all right. She's like, what the hell are you talking about? And he says, all right, I'll do the treatment. And Skylar seems relieved. And Walt tells her that it's going to be okay. And I guess that's the thing. I'm fine with him changing his mind. What the hell made him change his mind?
He had a whole night to think
Happy
about
wife,
it.
happy life.
I would say he just thought about it all night. I don't know how they would show us what changed his mind without explicitly telling us what he thought.
I guess that's fair. It just, to me,
Like,
it seems
I
really
can't think of a
weird.
way they would.
It seems really weird that he goes to bed with the mentality of, yeah, I'm not getting treatment, to he wakes up and he's just like, fuck it, whatever.
I don't think it's that weird. I think it's pretty reasonable.
I feel like Skylar, he knows that Skylar would be mad at him the entire time.
Alright, we're at the final scene of episode 5. Walt sits with Junior in a waiting room. Skylar joins them. They're planning to prepay with a credit card for now. And Skylar asks if they'll pay that balance off with the check from Elliot. Walt doesn't say yes. He just says that he'll take care of it. Walt gets called into the office not too long after. He goes in for a scan. He's wrapped in plastic just before that point. Sometime later, he drives off and takes a phone call that he assumes is Elliot, but in actuality, it's Gretchen. She apologizes to him, saying that she heard from Elliot about the cancer, and offers their support if Walt needs anything. Gretchen brings up Elliot's offer once more and goes on to say that as far as they're concerned, that money is Walt's, as is half of their company name. Which, again, another, like you were saying, half of their company. Walt doesn't say anything, so Gretchen asks if this is about their history, and Walt just shoots down the offer and lies, saying that his insurance will be covering it. Gretchen asks him to keep in touch, and Walt sort of hesitates, but says sure. Walt gets out of the car, walks across the street to Jesse's house. Jesse doesn't seem thrilled to see him, but Jesse asks if he's here. Walt asks Jesse if he wants to cook, and we fade to black. We are now
Why is it gotta be black?
I really like the irony of him being on the phone with Gretchen as he's walking to Jesse's house.
Yep. Yep, he's literally turning down a more, I guess, respectable legal path to earn the money that he needs. But it's at the cost of his pride, so he's literally just going to break the law. So we're at episode 6, Crazy Handful of Nothing. So light pours in to a dark room from 5 holes, and it's pretty clear relatively quickly that we are inside the RV. Walt steps inside. He's holding a box. Jesse's also behind him with another box. Walt sees a porn magazine that's on the fucking counter and shakes his head. He then tells Jesse, let's get something straight. This, the chemistry, is my realm. I am in charge of the cooking. Out there on the street, you deal with that. As far as our customers go, I don't want to know anything about them. I don't want to see them. I don't want to hear them. I want no interaction with them whatsoever. This operation is you and me, and I am the silent partner. You got an issue with that? Jesse's only reply is, whatever, man. And as Walt is continuing his little speech, we're interspersed with cuts of a crowd that's reacting to something. There's a car alarm going off, and people are kind of looking around with concern. Walt says back, whatever happens, No more bloodshed. And then we cut back to the scenes that were interspersed there, and we see a man stepping over the debris and broken glass. He's holding a sack of money. It's Walt. His head is completely shaven, and he's bleeding. Post-intro, we see some yellow IV bags and a bunch of people sitting in a room. Walt sits there with Skylar, telling her that she doesn't have to stick around if she doesn't want to. Walt eventually encourages her to go, saying it would make him feel better to know that she was home when Junior got home. Skylar gets ready to leave, but wants Walt to call her when he gets done, and then asks if he's spoken to Elliot, because she hasn't seen the check yet. Walt lies and says that he got the check from Elliot last week and already deposited it into his credit union account. Back at the school, Walt is teaching a lesson about chemical reactions. And the quote that I have from that is, chemical reactions involve change on two levels, matter and energy. When a reaction is gradual, the change in energy is slight. I mean, you don't even notice that the reaction is happening. For example, rust collecting on the underside of a car. But if a reaction happens quickly, otherwise harmless substances can react with bursts of energy. And going back to what we were talking about a while back, in line with the other lessons, no one really seems to engage with Walt's lesson when he asks for someone to give him an example of a quick reaction that would be a burst of energy. So Walt has to walk up to the board
Dynamite.
and say, hint, hint. And then, sort of like what Nash was saying, someone chimes in and says, explosions. And Walt says, yes, good, explosions. Explosions are the result of chemical reactions happening almost instantaneously. And the faster reactants, i.e. explosives, and fulminate of mercury, which is what he had written on the board, is a prime example of that. The faster they undergo change, the more violent the explosion. Walt asks the students to start reading and leaves the room, heading to the bathroom to throw up. And then in the bathroom, Walt vomits for quite a while, then gasps for air. He washes his hands and swishes around some water before he leaves, and a janitor named Hugo tells him not to worry about the mess since he has kids to teach. And that will be very important later in this episode. Walt, Skylar, and Junior are at some sort of group therapy session. Skylar says that it's getting tough to see Walt in the state that he's in, since he's losing a bunch of weight, and she can feel the difference when they embrace. Skylar talks directly to Walt and says that he needs to let her in more and talk to her more. Then brings up Walt disappearing for quite some time, most afternoons without any explanation. Junior chimes in and sort of repeats that sentiment, basically asking where his dad is going at these different times. The group leader asks Walt if there's anything he's holding back from his family. And then Walt continues to hold back by lying to his entire family and the group therapy group by saying that there are times where he just wants to be alone. It's nothing personal, but sometimes it feels better to not talk to anyone at all. The group therapy leader suggests that Walt tell his family what it is that he does when he's alone, so Walt cements the lie by saying that he's going on walks. He calls it therapeutic, and as we cut to various bits of cacti and other vegetation just outside the RV where yellow puffs of smoke are coming out.
I
Yeah,
really
personally,
like.
I cook meth to wind down.
Yeah, I really like him saying it's very therapeutic as it shows him cooking.
Yeah.
I think that's a really... It's not even that subtle of a detail, but it's a nice detail, and I really like it.
Yeah, I do too. Inside the RV, Walt is breathing really heavily and starts to collapse. He catches himself, but then scrambles out of the RV. He rips off the gas mask, and Jesse checks on him, kind of panicked, asking if he's okay. Jesse walks with Walt to a lawn chair, cooling him down by waving him with a magazine like it's a fan. When Walt unzips part of his white coveralls, Jesse notices a mark on Walt's chest and asks when Walt was going to tell him. Walt asks what Jesse's talking about. Jesse mentions the cancer, and Walt asks how he knew. So Jesse explains that his aunt had a similar marking on her chest, or well, not on her chest, similar marking to target the radiation when she had cancer. And based on where the dot is, Jesse infers that it's probably in Walt's lungs. Jesse seems upset that Walt didn't tell him, considering their partnership. Jesse asks what stage Walt is in, so Walt says 3A. And Jesse seems kind of taken aback by that, which I think is a neat little detail that, for as much as these two kind of pretend that they don't care, even the more, like, basic humane response of just, my partner has cancer, is enough for Jesse to be like, fuck. Walt asks how bad his aunt's cancer was, and Jesse says that she didn't live very long. Specifically, she lived for 7 months because it was too far along. Jesse takes a moment and he says that he gets it now. This is why you're doing all this. Well, you're trying to make money for your people before you go. Walt says that he'll be able... I'm sorry. Jesse asks if Walt can finish the next batch. Walt says he can, and then within, I think, 5 seconds of that is like, no, actually, I can't. I need you to do it. He throws Jesse the gas mask. Jesse looks at it, looks at the RV, and looks at Walt. He walks up slowly, grabbing Walt's apron, and recommends that he wear an ice pack during chemo next time before stepping into the RV. So, there's one thing I like, and there's one thing I really don't like. But before I get to either of those, do any of you have anything you want to say about this scene?
I think the thing I'm thinking of is the exact same as you, so I'll save it.
If you want, you can go ahead and take it. I've been talking a lot.
I really hate how Jesse just exposits, oh, this is the exact reason why you're cooking meth.
Yep.
I'm fine with Jesse figuring it out and acknowledging it. I don't like that he just point blank says, oh, this is why you're doing all of this, because reason. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, that is the thing that I really don't like about this scene. I very much prefer, because we already did this with Crazy 8, the idea that Walt, and I guess that's the other thing, nothing really meaningful comes out of Jesse knowing that,
yeah.
I guess expositing, like you were saying, that this is why Walt is doing this. Whereas with Crazy 8, that was done as something that was meaningful. It came up in their conversation, and it played a role in, essentially, Crazy 8 manipulating him into trying to be released.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, like you said here, we exposited it, and I don't really think anything substantive comes of it. The thing that I like about this is, in line with the previous episode, Jesse gets thrown the gas mask. He looks at it, looks at the RV, looks at Walt. The implication I got from that is, oh, you want to leave this to me? Yeesh. Like, yay.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things that I like. And then I think Walt kind of picks up on that because he's like, yeah, if you need anything answered, I'm here. I'll be right out here. You can ask me. I guess this is the other thing. So the ice pack comment. Walt, the next time he goes into chemo, it's coming up, I think, but he completely ignores that advice.
Yeah, he never does it.
Which I think is interesting. Nash, your PC's doing the thing again. I'm sorry.
What time is it? Yeah, I gotta go anyways.
Oh, well, before you go, what are your thoughts on the season as a whole?
I'd say it's about a 6 or a 7 on both. I think it's good. I think it's probably one of the best. The whole season really is just kind of a setup for the rest of the show, and I think it does a really good job at that.
Okay, fair enough.
The characters are all very well characterized. They're very like unique personalities. So, no, I think it does a great job at setting it up.
All right. Any final thoughts that you've got overall?
I don't think so. I mean, I like the show a lot, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Though it took me a lot longer than the rest of you to watch it. So, alright. Well,
All
I'll
right.
be on next time.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you for coming on.
Alright,
Yeah.
see you
Thank
later.
you.
I'll come for you guys anytime.
Oh. All right. Thank you again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it on that. Okay, bye.
Catch up with you soon.
Alright, just don't mustard.
All right.
Bro, it's funnier than
I'm
John
not leaving
Mulaney
till I
over
hear you
here.
laugh at that joke.
Moo ha ha ha.
There we go.
I was fine with letting him stay on the call for the next like 3 hours.
Yeah,
We'll
I
be done with
didn't
the
expect a
breakdown, and we'll
response.
just sit on the call so that he can't leave.
I think we literally have an episode and a half left, so it'd be maybe an hour, if that.
Oh yeah, that's why I
Alright,
said
well,
we'll literally just sit on the call and wait.
Oh, he left. Rip. How are you doing, Anthony?
I'm good.
All right. Well, keep going. So, Gomez and Hank meet in the parking lot of what looks to be a motel. Gomez passes the bagged gas mask back to Hank, and Hank reads the file. And he's like, "Oh shit, that's I think it's JP Wynn. I think is the name of the school. I can't remember. I said it a couple hours ago, but
Yeah.
he's like, "Oh shit, that's Walt's school." And they found this based on the impression left on the inside of the gas mask by a magic marker, which I would assume would be how they would do it, but I guess I'm curious as to what sort of impression a magic marker would have left. If that makes sense. Like, I can reasonably understand that there would be an impression, but I would be really... I just was thinking about that, and I'm like, what kind of an impression realistically would a marker leave?
I don't know, but considering how much they consulted actual law enforcement agencies,
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet it's a legitimate thing.
Well, right, and that's the thing. It's like, I'm not doubting
just-
the
yeah.
legitimacy. I'm just, like, really kind of curious about that. If you scrubbed the marker impressions, which seems to be what they're saying, or I think it's either that or they imply that, like, tags were removed or something. And it's like, either one of those, like, being able to pull something from that, I can believe you would do it. But personally, I'm just really curious as to how you would have done that. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know.
Elsewhere, Jesse moves and sells the meth, or at least part of the meth, that he and Walt cooked at a motel, outside some other buildings, and then outside the good old doghouse stand in a brief little montage.
I don't remember exactly what the music is, but I remember that it's quite
It's
unique music.
It is. It really kind of stands out. Walt sits on the steps of the RV, upset that Jesse has shown up late. Jesse hands him a prepaid cell phone and then tells him that he's been out making fat stacks, so it's not a big deal that he's late. Jesse hands Walt what he describes as 26, and Walt goes, "That's it? 26,000?" Jesse's like, no, 2,600. And Walt's like, "I'm sorry, what? How much did you sell?" He's like, "Well, I've only sold an ounce." And then there's another exchange. I will, if you guys want to split this quote, or if you would just like me to take part of it, or however you want to do it. I wrote Jesse's lines and Walt's lines. That Jesse's are in the parentheses, and Walt's are not. Anybody? Any takers?
I'll do Walt.
Okay. You want to take Jesse, or do you want me to? Anthony.
Guess I'll be Jesse. I guess we have to do this.
All right.
Last time I checked, there were 16 ounces to a pound. What did you do with the rest? Smoke it?
Yo, I've been out there all night slinging crystal. You think it's cake moving a pound of meth 15th at a time?
So why are you selling in such small quantities? Why not sell the whole pound at once?
To who? What do I look like? Scarface? Bitch?
This is unacceptable. I am breaking bad here. This return is too little for the risk. I thought you'd be ready for another pound today.
You may know a lot about chemistry, man, but you don't know jack about slinging dope.
Well, I'll tell you.
Bitch.
I know a lack of motivation when I see it. Come on, you have got to be more imaginative. Just think outside the box here. We need to move our product in bulk, wholesale. How can we do that?
You mean like some kind of a distributor?
Yes, that's what we need, a distributor. Now, do you know anyone like that?
Yeah, I used to, until you killed him,
Bitch.
bitch. No, it's a subtle bitch. It's not a hard bitch. It's a subtle bitch.
It's a soft bitch.
Bitch.
It's like
It's
he
Walt.
mutters it, hoping Walt won't hear him.
Right.
Bitch.
It's quick too. It's like bitch.
So anyways, yeah, I was gonna keep going with the quotes, but I'm like, I feel like that's already a lot. So Walt and Jesse discuss Crazy Eight's replacement, which is Tuco, which was really weird thinking about that, but I guess after what happens in Saul, Crazy Eight must take over after what happens with Lalo, Hector, and Tuco. At least that's what the show seems to be saying.
Well,
I
it's a
guess.
good thing Tuco will never come back up again, so it doesn't matter. He's a one-off character.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Um,
He doesn't actually even appear. They just say his name once.
No,
That's it.
they said Tuco, and then they retroactively changed his name to Taco after this, and like they just kind of ran with
Yeah.
it.
His name is Taco Cabeza.
Taco Salamander. Yes, so they're talking about Tuco. Jesse tells Walt why approaching Tuco wouldn't work because they're people he doesn't know. They don't have any sort of intro, as far as what Jesse says at least. They don't have any sort of foot in the door, and basically getting there would be almost guaranteed suicide. Or, well, at least in Jesse's eyes. Walt isn't happy with this, and basically is like, "Curse some fucking balls." And then
But Jesse, it'll be funny.
I
What's
think
the matter with you, Jesse?
Jesse, he snorts meth off a knife, Jesse. That's hilarious.
It's hilarious.
God. Walt goes for
Do you
another
not
round.
appreciate the bit, Jesse?
What the fuck? Walt goes for another round of chemo, returns to school, vomits in the bathroom again. He washes his face in the sink. Hugo gives him a stick of gum. He's like, take this. It's going to help you. And then Walt goes back to his room. He's cleaning things up. And Carmen arrives.
Right, because nothing has ever gone wrong from someone saying, "Take this, it'll help you."
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The most trustworthy line anybody could say.
My mother told me not to take gum from strange men. This isn't gum. This isn't gum.
Then again, this is Hugo. If you can't trust Hugo, who can you trust?
Listen, Hugo didn't save
not a
any
man.
zebras, but he did give Walt gum, so
Yeah, he did give Walt banger head.
I said gum, but that'll work too, I guess.
No,
What the
shut up.
fuck's the difference?
What the fuck's ahead?
What the fuck? So Carmen arrives with Hank, and Hank and Walt talk about the gas mask that Hank found, and Hank lets it slip that it was found near the car of a snitch, and Walt seems kind of surprised by this information. He even seems to be like fishing for information without trying to like blow his cover, which is interesting.
He is super fucking suspicious this entire conversation.
A little bit.
Like, he makes it very obvious what he's doing. which I think is both a good and bad thing for this, because I have it in my notes. He's horrible at lying, which is bad because he's horrible at lying, but it's also good because it really helps to show Hank. He is very lucky to have Hank.
Yep.
If Hank wasn't who he was, Walt would not be able to do what he's doing.
Yep. Well, someone pointed it out a long time back, but most of the time where Walt is blatantly honest in cases where most people would probably lie, it's usually to Hank.
And it's because he knows Hank will see it as like, oh, it's a joke.
Well, either, yeah.
Or
like
other things like that.
Jesus
where
Christ,
Hank
what do you have in these
will
bags?
never, yeah,
that.
$500,000 in cash. It's stuff where he knows Hank either will think he's joking, or Hank just doesn't look at him as somebody who's capable of doing something like that.
Well, at the same time, I would think Hank is the kind of person that would see through most of Walt's lies.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, something like
but
this,
that,
Walt does act
that
off.
relationship really covers it.
Yeah. Well, and I think this is a justifiable mix of their relationship, but at the same time, I think it is also, you can kind of write it off as, it's kind of awkward when your brother-in-law approaches you at work and is like, hey, so someone stole a bunch of shit from here and then used it to cook a ton of drugs.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, Walt tells Hank, which this kind of confused me, so I'll read it not as it was said, but these are the people that he lists that have keys. Carmen, the science department, the staff, the vice principal, and himself. Wouldn't the science department and the staff be the same thing? Or at least...
Well, I'm confused because everything he listed would fall under the staff.
That's true.
The way he listed it means that literally everybody who works in that building has a key to the storage closets.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's like, if he just literally says, like, everyone who works here has a master key, like, I don't think I'd buy that. But spreading it out like this, it just comes off as really redundant. That it's like, yes, the principal, the vice principal, the science department, me, the entirety of the staff. It's like, what? Okay.
Yeah. He gets broader and broader as he goes.
Right, and like probably the way to do it is, yeah, the science department has a key, Carmen has a master key. Maybe the vice principal has a key. He has a key. And you're like, maybe one or two people in the maintenance and custodial staff. It's like, okay, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
That it's like just enough that Walt can escape suspicion, and it's also just enough that people can think it's Hugo. At least for the time being. Because I guess I never realized it, but, well, at least, maybe I guess I didn't think too much about it. But episode 7 does a lot to basically say that they don't think Hugo is the guy that stole the equipment.
I mean, they literally say that there's no reason for them to believe that Hugo stole the equipment.
Right. And Hank's like, well, what about the students? And Walt misinterprets that. He's like, no, none of them would have keys. And Hank's like, well, yeah, I sure as shit would hope not. And he basically rephrases. He's like, so let me ask again. Would any of them know where your keys are kept? And Walt says no, and then Hank says, well, you got to be careful not to underestimate, or don't underestimate any of them. And the framing of the shot is, I think, Hank is looking through the, I don't even know what the right word is, I think directory of equipment, inventory log. And Walt is in the background kind of like slyly like, yeah, don't underestimate people. Oops.
Yeah.
Hank, using the inventory log, notices that 2 masks are missing and a bunch of glassware is missing too. And at the same time that he's doing this, Walt gets a phone call, which he initially ignores. And then Hank is like, well, what if it's Skylar? What if she needs something? Don't ignore her on my account. So he takes the call, and it's Jesse. And he takes it in front of Hank and pretends that it's something else. So Jesse very quickly explains that Skinny Pete was on the same cell block as Tuco, and they're going to use him as their way in with Tuco. Hank tells Walt that they need to keep better track of the keys and equipment, joking that it would be bad if someone started looking at him. And then Walt and him both kind of chuckle about that. And we move on. Pete and Jesse are outside the building from the intro of the episode. Jesse asks if Pete is really tight with Tuco, and Pete says, like 2 nuts in a ball sack.
I can't. Some of the shit Jesse and his friends say.
It's fucking something else. They approach the building, and Pete gets screened by a surveillance camera. Then he and Jesse get buzzed inside. They approach Tuco. I'm sorry. They get patted down, and then Pete approaches Tuco for a fist bump, and Tuco just sits there and looks at him. And I guess that's the other thing. There's several, like, very subtle hints that these two are not nearly as close as Skinny Pete said they are.
Yeah, no, they were in the same cell block. That's about as far as it goes.
Yep.
And it really shows.
At Tuco's request, Jesse hands over the meth. Tuco uses his knife to cut the bag open, scoop some out, crush it up, and then ask Jesse to snort some. After Jesse does, Tuco then snorts some. And he asks Jesse who he works for, and Jesse says that he doesn't work for anyone, he only has a partner. And Tuco says that they have a deal. And Jesse's like, but I haven't named a price, so... Jesse's price is $35,000 a pound, which Tuco weighs, and says that he's light, but accepts the offer, and then basically tells him to bounce. Jesse asks if Tuco really expects him to float 35 grand, and Tuco says that Jesse doesn't trust him. Jesse eventually steals the meth off the desk and then gets immediately caught. So Tuco offers Jesse the money in a bag and then proceeds to beat the shit out of him with it.
I really want to know what Jesse's thought process was. How he was going to get out of there with the meth with all of those people outside.
Yep. Hank arrives at the school and they book Hugo, claiming the justification is a background check that led to speculation he was involved with the stolen equipment, and at the very least they have him on drug possession charges.
Free my boy. He didn't do nothing wrong. He was just a wholesome guy.
I want the Hugo spin-off show.
We need the Hugo spin-off show.
Walt goes home, calls Jesse, gets no answer. Skyler reminds him that Hank and Marie are coming over. And we cut to the two of them, Junior, Hank, and Marie all playing cards. Walt tells Skyler that he'll be taking time off of work because they found a substitute to take over for him for the next few weeks. And Junior asks Hank about Hugo's arrest, and Hank explains that Hugo had a record, a couple of possession beats, and he fits the profile of the person who would have stolen from the lab. Skyler is astounded that Hugo would have been hired at the school with a criminal record. And Walt does what he does later in the show, which is, oh, you haven't caught me, but let me hint that it's not the person that you caught.
Yeah. I don't know why he always insists on doing this.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't think it's Hugo. And then Hank turns to Walt and goes, I don't think you could spot a criminal if he was close enough to check you for a hernia. So we see them finish the current hand that they're on. And Skyler, then Junior, then Skyler, then Marie all drop out. And it's down to Hank and Walt. And Walt asks what will happen to Hugo, and then Hank basically says that he's going to lose his job like he should. At least that was his quote. He'll spend a few months in county, and then that's it. Walt goes all in, but Hank thinks he's playing him for a fool, so he folds. And Marie grabs Walt's cards, and Walt had, as the title of the episode suggests, he had a hand of nothing. He had a losing hand. And Hank never would have been able to beat him. But it's just one of those things. Go ahead.
I have a note here
Okay.
that basically goes over the whole thing. Hank and Walt being the last two in the poker hand, Walt talking about what's going to happen to Hugo, and then Walt goes all in, and Hank folds as a response, only for it later to be shown that Hank really had everything he needed to win, and that Walt was defenseless should Hank actually choose to go after him, is like, it's not the most subtle thing. It's not this, oh my god, such subtext, bravo, Vince, but
Yeah.
it is a really neat detail in terms of this is how the majority of the show goes. Hank has everything he needs if he just would go after Walt, because Walt really has nothing to defend himself with.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as Hank chooses to wait, he's never going to find Walt.
Mm-hmm. I do. It's one of those things, like, I don't think it's overly impressive, but the amount of things that it's accomplishing while being pretty blatant in what it's trying to do, I think is kind of impressive.
Yeah.
So anyways, Walt takes a shower, and we see strands of his hair start to fall out. He calls Jesse, and from that, Skinny Pete answers it, and he learns that Jesse's in the hospital. He heads there. Jesse's unconscious. Pete says that he's got some broken ribs and he's pretty doped up, but that he'll be okay. And so Walt sits next to Jesse and asks Pete for all of the information he can get about Tuco. And then we get one of the other awkward scenes in this season, which is Walt pissing orange.
Yeah.
By him taking all of the medications that an episode ago, whichever, he was like adamant that he didn't want to fucking take. And then he notices that all of his hair is falling out, or some of his hair at least. And so he decides to buzz it all off and shave it. He joins Skylar and Junior at the table, and Skylar seems kind of like mortified by the fact that his hair's gone. So we're at, I guess, what I would consider, at least in my notes, the last scene. Or the last scenes. Walt brings a bag of white crystals with him as he walks into the building from the intro. He gets screened just like Skinny Pete, and he goes inside. He talks with Tuco, gives him who was given the white crystals. Walt first uses the alias Heisenberg, and demands $50,000 for the pound of meth that Tuco stole and for Jesse's pain and suffering. So the quote from Tuco, let me get this straight. I steal your dope. I beat the piss out of your mule boy. Then you walk in here and bring me more meth? Walt tells him the crystal that he brought with him is not meth and throws it against the wall, causing an explosion.
Whoa.
Tuco gives Walt the money and offers him a deal, another pound next week for more money. Walt demands cash up front and Tuco agrees. Walt closes by saying that 1 pound won't cut it. Tuco has to take 2. Tuco asks what the crystal he used is, and Walt says it's fulminated mercury. Walt walks to his car, gets in, excited about the cash he just made and the fact that he now has a distributor in Tuco. The only note that I've got is how the fuck did the fulminated mercury not like destroy everything and everyone in that room?
Yeah, I have another problem, but that one is a huge problem. Everyone's just fine.
Everything's fine, but it was enough to blow the windows open, blow a shit ton of stuff out of the windows, move and destroy countless things in that room.
Yeah. Also, nobody rushes up to go help them. It wasn't Gonzo or anybody else's immediate thought to pull guns and start shooting at Walt.
Yep.
Like everybody's immediate response is, "Let's let Walt do his thing." It's like, oh,
Let him cook.
let him
Let him
cook.
cook. I mean, unironically, this is the let him cook character, so. Alright. So with that.
I do have
Actually,
another huge problem
yeah,
with this scene.
go for it.
The fuck was Walt's plan? Well, I guess Walt wouldn't know about this, but like, if Tuco decided to try and snort this stuff,
I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Tuco ends up fucking dying. And then Walt just dies, and it's like there's an alternate universe out there where Tuco tried to snort the mercury, and everyone in that room fucking died.
Straight up died.
The other thing I really don't like about the scene is the fulminating mercury has enough like force to send air conditioners through windows and blast the entire place up, and it doesn't explode the rest of the bag.
Yep. Well, and that's on top of, I think the only reason that they don't mess with Walt is the fact that he's holding the rest of the bag. But at the same time, it's just like,
yeah,
fucking hell, that's a huge risk to hold basically the volatile explosive that all you have to do is throw it or drop it and you're fucked.
The only thing is, if he doesn't, like, he will be killed.
I know, but so anyways, episode 7, a no rough stuff type deal. We open with someone from the DEA at what appears to be a board meeting, and they're discussing the lab equipment theft. And current speculation by the public is that Hugo has to have been involved in the lab theft. But like Cam was saying earlier, the DEA is like adamant that that's not the case. They have no reason to think that. It seems like the theory they suggest is that someone from the maintenance staff might have broken in and stolen it. Walt begins to fondle Skylar under the table while the others talk.
Really awkward.
A little bit, especially since the tables aren't like there's nothing in front, so the person across from him.
Yeah, they're not super long. The person across from him can definitely see what he's doing.
Yeah. And that's
they're
on
fucking
top of
glass tables.
Like I realized that they got caught, but the way that they both act when all of the attention is on them and their hands move from under the table, I think it's pretty clear what they're doing.
Yeah. And nobody addresses it.
Yep. Carmen defers to Walt about the stolen equipment, and that's when he snaps out of it and has to readjust, I guess. While Walt reads off the missing items, we cut to outside where we cut to a police car, rather, which is stationary, and then we pan over to a green car. It's Walt's Pontiac, and it is it's shaking, it's bouncing. And inside the car we see them finish, I guess. And Skylar asks, where did that come from? And why was it so damn good? To which Walt says, because it was illegal. And that's that scene.
Yeah. This is a thing that will consistently come up is Walt's insistence on having sex every time he does something illegal. And it's really weird, but at least it's consistent.
A little bit. Post intro, we see a realtor walking a couple through Jesse's house. Walt shows up, finding Jesse in the RV. Walt gives Jesse an envelope with his half of the $35,000 for the pound of meth, plus an extra $15,000 for his pain and suffering, saying that he's earned it. Jesse gets frustrated that Walt made a deal with Tuco and promised him 2 pounds of meth a week. Walt says they can just scale up their operation and add a few more hours, but Jesse reminds him that they still need pseudo in order to cook, and it won't be easy to come by. Walt and Skylar sit down with the doctor again, talking about improvements to Walt's health and the idea of using Eastern medicine to help. And by Eastern medicine, it's literally just, like he brings up later, there's the idea of some sweat lodge that he can go to.
Everyone just knows Walt will get better if he sits around oily, naked old men. It's science.
Yes.
It's the only way he's gonna get better. Jesus, Skylar, stop judging him.
Climb out of his ass.
Yeah. Just climb out of his ass.
The doctor's response, I think, is kind of funny. He's like, I mean, if it helps his outlook, then like go for it. But at the same time, like I don't know. Let's like I want to try and like keep ourselves optimistic and more, I guess, at the same time grounded, like looking at what is really happening with his treatment. But at the same time, he does say like, yeah, you know, doing things to improve your outlook might help too. And then we have Walt and Jesse meeting Tuco in the junkyard. Tuco hasn't shown up yet, so Jesse is ridiculing Walt's choice of the junkyard, saying half the deals he's ever done have gone down at Taco Cabeza. Jesse jokes that they could have done it at the mall. And then he continues ranting until Tuco's car arrives. The first thing that I think is kind of funny that Tuco says is, what the fuck are we doing way out here? Was the fucking mall closed?
I love that line so much. I love that joke.
I think Jesse gives him a look too. It's like,
yeah, immediately.
Walt gives Tuco the bag, and it gets weighed in at only 0.53 pounds, and they only get 17,000 for it. Tuco takes 500 from each of them for wasting his time. Walt starts to argue, but Tuco shuts him down, but then Walt starts arguing again and says that he wants the full amount before changing his demand to $70,000.
Yeah, Walt's ego is really coming out strong here.
A little bit. Tuco gets angry, and Walt tells him that he likes this product, so you should consider it a capital investment. Tuco offers 52,500 plus 25 points of Vig. Walt has no fucking idea what that is, which
I don't either.
I was gonna
like
say,
I know what it is now, but
I don't think any
never
of us
heard
had
of Vig.
any idea what that is, so I'm glad they did that. They have Jesse explain that is weekly interest. So Walt calculates it to $65,625 per week, and that lowers their output to 1.875 pounds by comparison. Tuco's not having that, though. Tuco's like, nah, fuck you guys. You said 2, you're doing 2 pounds. No production problems. Oh. Hang on. Walt bargains them up from 2 pounds to fucking 4 pounds. And then, Tuco gets in his face and he's like,
why the fuck he's like this?
Tuco is basically like, listen, old man. I think he's, listen, you old bald motherfucker. Talk is talk, but, you know, you're gonna have to eventually deliver, and you're not gonna want to owe me money. And so, Tuco,
I tell you right now, I would not want to owe Tuco money.
No. So Tuco, I believe, gives them the money, and then I think he dumps the money. And they have to Walt scoops it up, and they leave, and then Jesse gets really fucking justifiably pissed. So afterwards, Jesse continues to ridicule Walt, and then Walt's like, "Well, I've got an idea. We could use a bunch of other shit and methylamine to cook without pseudo." And so Jesse gets handed the shopping list. He's looking through it. He's like, I can't pronounce half of this fucking shit. So he gets frustrated and he's talking about walking away. I think he jokes about moving to like Oregon. Walt stops him with a small speech that's basically like, what do you want to do with the rest of your life?
Walt's manipulation really, really begins here.
Yep.
Like, I think this is the biggest instance. I think this is the most prominent instance to begin with of him just manipulating Jesse.
Yep.
Especially since he's having to manipulate Jesse because of a situation he engineered.
Yeah. So we go to the White residence again. Junior is recording a video of Marie for the baby. Marie names the baby Esmeralda, and then the camera
Because Marie's
pans.
fucking stupid.
The camera pans to Skylar, and she's like, "Yeah, believe it or not, after this party, we changed your name to Holly." And then she's like, "Oh yeah, and Uncle Hank, I think that's about the time that we dropped Aunt Marie off at the insane asylum." And then Hank takes that a step further. He's like, "Yeah, that was also about the time that I married Shania Twain and ended up living happily ever after." It's like, what the fuck? Okay.
What is Hank's deal with Shania Twain? He mentions
I
her
don't
like
know.
3 or 4 times throughout the whole show.
I have no idea. We keep going. Skylar opens presents. Junior's recording. And then he spots a pair of tits that he likes, so he starts recording those instead.
Yeah, Walter Jr. is
She had the Wonder
nah.
Bra on, okay?
He was getting video footage so that Skylar would know what he was talking about.
It's for research, Mom, I promise.
Mom, you asked me about the Wonder Bra. I couldn't just leave you in disbelief.
So Skylar opens a present from Marie. And it's a gold and zircon tiara. And Skylar's reaction juxtaposed with Marie's reaction, I think says everything you need to know.
Yeah.
Skylar's like, "Oh, it's sparkly," and Marie's like, I don't even know what the right fucking word is. She's basically like blowing it way out of proportion, like it's the best thing ever. I also like Hank's reaction to it because he seems kind of embarrassed.
Yeah, like he knows, oh, this thing is useless to you guys.
Yep.
It's really dumb that we got this.
And the other detail, I guess, in this that I don't like the things that surround this, but I like this detail with their interaction. Skylar's like, "This must have cost you a lot." Marie's reaction is basically like, yeah, whatever. Like, she basically skirts around that completely.
Mm-hmm.
Which is important, as we'll find out later. And then Hank looks at Walt and he's like, "You got anything stronger than beer?" So they head outside and have a stronger drink. Hank takes out a cigar and then realizes and apologizes to Walt. Walt basically tells him, "Don't worry about it. I already have lung cancer." And then Walt takes a cigarette himself. The two smoke. And Walt's like, "It's kind of funny how we draw these distinctions. I mean, these are Cuban cigars, so they're illegal. Kind of funny how we draw that line," and basically they have a discussion about the morality of what's legal and what's illegal. How do we draw that line? And Hank eventually talks about how meth was sold legally over the counter in drugstores. And then finishes their conversation with, "Thank God they came to their senses on that one." And this is also I think this is the most egregious example of just how poorly the marijuana stuff aged. He's like, "Oh," Hank literally goes out of his way to mock people that were arrested for marijuana possession.
Yeah, it's like, it's not that serious in retrospect.
After the baby shower, Walt and Skylar discuss the tiara that Marie bought. Skylar suggests returning it, and Walt brings up going to a Navajo sweat lodge, like Skylar mentioned earlier, to see if that will help. We then cut to Walt and Jesse loading up. Oh, go ahead.
I think it's a really good and creative alibi to just use Skylar's own suggestions kind of against her.
Yep. The other thing that I love is when we cut to Walt and Jesse, like, moving the shit that Jesse just bought, Jesse's first words are, "Really? Navajo sweat lodge?" And Walt's like, "Yeah, basically, yeah, like, shut up." So yeah, he used that as a lie to cover up the fact that he would be cooking meth. Walt and Jesse talk about paying 10 grand to a pair of thieves so that they can steal methylamine from a guarded compound. And that's when Walt notices a sketchboard, and they decide that they can do it themselves. So Walt mixes the thermite inside the sketchboard with a bunch of other sketchboard thermite bits, I guess, for lack of a better way to phrase it. And they dump it. He dumps it into a bag that they can use to break through the lock at the compound. So it's kind of lucky that that sketchboard was there.
Yeah, the Etch-a-Sketch just being there and Walt happening to see it, like, they would have had no way to steal the methylamine themselves.
Yep. And the other note, I guess this is more nitpicky on my side of things, but I really don't like Walt bagging up the thing that they need for the heist and literally just tossing it to Jesse. I get that you probably stealed it. That's fine. The idea that you just take a sealed bag, which, you know, are known for potentially opening at different points depending on, you know, the weight distribution and all that other shit. Probably not the best idea to throw it, but whatever.
I don't know. I didn't have that big a deal with it.
Skylar returns the tiara to, I believe the place is called Zachary's. And she finds out that Marie stole it, and they basically hold her hostage, as she puts it, in the back of the store while they wait for the police to arrive. And they say that they intend to press charges. The store owner threatens Skylar, saying that his daughter showed a tall blonde woman the tiara, and that when her back was turned, the woman disappeared with it. Skylar, in turn, threatens to tell the news that she, as a pregnant woman, feels as though she's being held hostage in the back of the store, and then feigns going into labor in order to leave. And then she gives Marie a call, and it goes straight to voicemail.
And this begins Marie's stealing arc that definitely goes somewhere and is not just dropped randomly in the middle of season 3.
Well, so that's the thing. I genuinely have to wonder now if the whole Marie complaining about her shoes, then stealing the heels, I wonder if they were using that as a setup for this.
I don't even wonder. Like, I thought that was pretty obvious that's what they were doing.
Well, you get what I mean, because it's like the two things, they feel almost incredibly disconnected to me in the sense that, like, Marie stealing shoes versus Marie stealing the tiara. Sure, I guess they're both, klepto kind of things. Like, she doesn't need either of them, but I don't know, just, like, the connection to me, I don't particularly find all that strong or compelling.
I don't know. I think it was definitely a setup. I think it's very weak to set something up by, I'm going to bring it up in episode, 1?
I think it was episode 2 or 3. Either
way. In the first, 3 episodes of the season, and then not bring it up again until the final episode, and then we're yet again going to drop it until the middle of season 3. It feels super lazy.
Yep. And again, like, this is a plot line that gets seldom brought up, and when it is, it's not remotely useful at all.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways,
so stupid.
Continuing on, Jesse and Walt break into the compound to steal the methylamine. The guard passes them, so they break in. But he comes back to go to the porta potty. They trap him inside using a rope, and they use the thermite to break a lock. And then they steal a barrel of methylamine because they're unable to find gallon jugs to transport it with them instead. Do you have anything about the methylamine heist?
I did see a neat detail that I had never noticed before, but the ski masks that they are wearing in this scene will show up again in season 2.
Yep.
During another very important scene. And, it's nothing major. And I guess technically that's praise for season 2, but it was just a really neat detail.
Yep. The next morning, Walt and Jesse, or at least I assume it's the next morning, Walt and Jesse are in the RV. It struggles to start. Jesse gets it to start, and then the engine shuts off and starts smoking. They bring the methylamine barrel down into the basement. Walt gets set up, asking Jesse when the realtor is coming back. Jesse gives her a call, but has no real luck reaching her since she doesn't have her phone on her and she's setting up for an open house. Now, the thing that crossed my mind is, would a realtor really not keep their cell phone on them?
I can believe that she just left her cell phone somewhere. I have much bigger problems with this scene.
Go for it.
The cell phone's not a huge issue, but the realtor shows up at just the right time that Walt and Jesse managed to get everything to the basement and set it up, but didn't see her.
That's on top of no one showed up for the open house early. And the open house
Yeah.
also happens to be the exact time that they're there to cook.
Yeah, it's not like it would be more understandable if she showed up in the middle of their cook,
Yeah.
but she shows up as they're about to start cooking, just after they've gotten everything down there and set up, and she doesn't have her phone on her. And it's like, okay, so
Yep.
once again, we could have had a lot of cause and effect or less conveniences, but instead we went for the most contrived scenario possible.
Yep. Back in the basement, Walt explains that they'll cook 4.5 pounds using the methylamine they stole, so that they're ahead as far as the money Tuco would owe them. Sorry about that. Walt also suggests that the methylamine they stole will last them for the foreseeable future. And then Jesse kind of has to ask at that point, how long does Walt really have with his condition? And asks how much money he would need. Walt literally just says more. And the two then notice people coming by through the window, and Walt learns of the open house, asking Jesse to keep people out of the basement so he can cook. So, the note that I've got, when Walt pokes his head out of the basement, he not even bumps into, there's a little girl that makes eye contact with him. She's the only person that notices him.
Very lucky.
Yes. Not only that, he is in full gear with a gas mask up like a hat in a white suit. I think that girl might have a reaction to that other than just stunned silence.
Yeah.
Even if the reaction is, hey, mommy, did you see that weird thing? There was a man in the basement. I don't know. It just seems really fucking weird to me.
Yeah, that whole thing is just so weird and
a little bit. Skylar tracks Marie down in a random store and confronts her. Marie plays off the theft accusations and says she has no idea what Skylar's talking about. Back at Jesse's, he throws everyone out once someone tries repeatedly to get into the basement. Walt continues cooking. Walt returns home and gets a glass of orange juice from Skylar. The two catch up. Skylar discusses Marie's lies, and Walt picks her brain about what she would do if it were him and not Marie that were stealing. And all Skylar says is he doesn't want to find out. And then the last scene. Walt and Jesse make their delivery for Tuco, who is taken aback since the meth is blue. Tuco snorts it and basically says, doesn't fucking matter what color it is, just keep bringing it to me. Tuco pays them, and the meth weighs 4.6 pounds, so they're over budget. Or, well, overweight, I guess.
yeah.
Tuco says they'll make a lot of money together, which is when No Dose chimes in and tells them to just remember who they're working for. Tuco takes it as an insult and beats No Dose to death in front of Walt and Jesse. Tuco and Gonzo carry No Dose and leave the two of them there, horrified, as they walk back to Jesse's car in silence. And that is the first season of Breaking Bad. So I guess with that, unless you guys have anything else about episode 7, we should probably
I
wrap
do have
up.
one quick thing.
Okay.
I really like this. It's a small, quick thing, but as soon as Tuco starts going after No-Dos, you see Walt like about to step in,
Yeah.
and Gonzo just steps in and looks at him and is just like, "Don't do that."
I'm pretty sure
And
Gonzo
you
like
can
holds his
tell,
hands up and he's like, no.
yeah, he holds his hands out and he waves his head, and you can tell by the expression on Gonzo's face, it's not a "I'm protecting Tuco right now."
Yeah, this is...
He looks concerned for Walt. He's like, "You don't want to do that. Trust me."
Yep.
And it was kind of a nice, like, he's acknowledging how fucking insane Tuco is.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. So I guess with that, do you guys have any thoughts, final thoughts, before we do the ranking?
No.
Oh,
Okay. So, from left to right, objectively and subjectively, what are we looking at for this season? Which, for left to right, Anthony, you would be up first.
I feel like my subjective and objective ranking are going to be pretty much the same. I would say that I'd give it like a 7.5 out of 10. Like there's a couple goofy moments that we've pointed out throughout the season,
Mm-hmm.
but I do think it sets up a lot of stuff going into the future. So I'm gonna give it like a 7.5 out of 10. Not quite 8, not quite 7.
All right, I think that's fair. I guess I'll go. I think early on, I think I was looking at an 8 or a 9. I think the more that we've been looking through it, I think I'm at maybe an 8, 8.5. There are some things that I think are more egregious than others, and like Cam was saying, a lot of the things that we pointed out, it's like, oh man, the plate didn't break the way that they needed it to. But like stuff like that, if that's the biggest complaint that I have, mostly inconsequential stuff, we're in a decent spot. I'm trying to think. That said, oh, Anthony, my audio's coming back for your mic.
Okay. I'm not saying anything.
I know, but
So his,
It
it sounds like his audio
sounds like his
going out
audio
of your
is
mic and then back
going
in.
out of your
Jesus, mine's doing it too. And that,
Mine's
wow,
doing
that's
it
loud.
too, and that. Wow, that's loud.
what the fuck?
I don't know.
You might just want to mute for right now.
Is that better?
Yes, that is
Yes.
better. Yes. I don't know what the hell was happening, but okay.
Yeah, I've never had that happen before.
Anyways, so I think I'm looking at an 8. I think there's a lot of really good stuff in here, like Anthony was saying. I think it's a lot of really good setup for future seasons, as we talked about pretty much throughout. There's a lot of really solid character stuff throughout. I think with probably the exception of Marie. I guess that's the thing. It's like it's not Betsy Brandt's fault at all. Like I just think the writing lets her down consistently.
Yeah.
Past that, I think all of the characters are pretty solid. I think Walt and Jesse are both in pretty good spots by the end of this season, at least moving forward. I don't know as though I've got much else really to say other than that. So, Cam, I think it's you.
All right. I'm kind of right with you guys. I think I would give for both subjective and objective an 8. There's a lot to love about the season. It doesn't, like we all said, a great job setting up for future seasons, but it also stands really well on its own. I'm not crazy about some of the characterization, like Marie in her totality is just very inconsistent, even in this one season.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse is characterized as so unbelievably stupid at times that it gets to be a bit much. But those are like my only two big complaints in terms of character, because other than that, it's very consistently strong. Character's great. There are conveniences here and there, but I think there were only two major conveniences we really pointed out for the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, just plot is very strong. Characters are even stronger. And just the way that this goes into the overall story while also being amazing on its own, I think seats it firmly at an 8.
All right. Last little order of business is Cam. Would you like to plug your channel and explain what, if anything, you're up to?
I have not uploaded in a while, but I have a couple videos in the works, and I'm thinking of trying out some Mario Maker 1 because I recently found out that since the game is no longer, you can't upload levels, there are a limited amount of levels that are still uncleared. So I'm thinking about trying out some Mario Maker 1 uncleared levels if anybody has any interest in watching something like that, then expect that possibly to be in the future, more likely than not. And my other projects that I have in the works right now, one is related to Batman Arkham City, and the other is Watch Dogs related. So I know that is a wildly different audience than Mario Maker 1 who would enjoy those videos. But yeah, that's really all I've got planned for right now.
All right. Link is in the description. And I think as far as what I'm doing, I've got a couple things that I'm working on. I don't want to get into a ton of specifics, but there's more to come. There's more of these breakdowns that are coming too. Other than that, I would like to thank Forrest, Ian, Anthony, and Nash for coming on, and sticking. Anthony especially for sticking around this long, and Nash stuck around for quite a bit too. So thank you, and of course, Cam, thank you for doing this with me.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, if you made it to the end, thank you. If you haven't, consider subscribing. And I think that's all we've got. So, yeah. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.